Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. We got more Uruk Hai. Let's see, what is it? 3 streams, 1 army, just like it says in the intro. We're gonna do some more of these bad boys. We did all the berserkers. I think we got 4 more of these pike guys. There was an accidentally printed out way too many of these, but we're gonna do them anyways. We got more of these crossbow guys right here. We're gonna be doing some of them as well. And I think, oh, there's Banner Dude. That's right. Look at that. Very spiffy. I think I might do a little bit of an adjustment here on my focuses, all that kind of stuff. See how that goes. Something like that. So we got shooty guys, we got stick guys. Skin tone is going to be back to that kind of like almost like a purpley brown as opposed to the Terra Rosa version that we did on the Berserker guys. Let me just move some of this stuff out of my way here. And this is one of the other ones we did here. We did Lurts right there. And so there's our, actually, let me do a, yeah, those are, that's dry. That was with the Elkid medium right there. The Elkid medium mixed with the Perline black and good to go. Now, how's about we put Joe over there out of the way? So we're using TMM also. Yes, we are using our fabulous metal stuff here. This here, iridescent pearl white, somewhere around here. At least I thought it was around here. Was the? Oh, is this it? No, no. I think that's in the kitchen. Now I might have to go refresh my medicine. So when I do that, I'll try to grab that because yeah, it's. I found that jar, that container of metal medium that the folks at Creature Caster sent me years ago. Nice to see you there, Center. Center. Well, we're going with the alternate medicine here. This is that's the Monster Energy drink in there because we don't want to be face down on the pallet here or face down on the whatever. Yeah, no sleep streaming, right, Censor? So, Censor, I hope that you're doing well. It's almost a happy Tuesday here. It's still a happy Monday. We're gonna say it's a happy Monday still. So hopefully you have had yourself a fabulous Monday. We are gonna get rolling here. We're gonna get a move on. 10 guys to do. Yeah, 10 more guys. Okay, let's do this. I'll move you all this away. I'm trying to find room for all these dudes. You can't stay there. Yeah, this is one of the guys that we did 2 streams ago now. Yeah, 2 streams ago now. Give me some of that. And the bases I didn't, with the exception of the banner guy, I didn't make these bases. These are all from Paper 3D, by the way, and the bases are also because I just needed to get rocking and rolling on these things. There was no time to be making 30 bases, so I just used the. I mean, it's not like they're bad or anything. They're pretty appropriately themed. He does that pretty much for, I think, all of his releases. And again, these are from Paper 3D. Lots of very nifty Lord of the Rings files. There are some non-Lord of the Rings files too. Just throwing that out there. Then I have some of those. Actually, I printed some of those out too. Now we're gonna keep rolling with this. We got to go with, I think, the simpler design there on that banner. I was gonna do something all nifty and everything, and I'm like, well. I know that the Uruk Hai were kind of like specialized orcs and everything, specially bred, but I don't think being artistes was part of the breeding process for the orcs, right, Pura Vida? So we're going with the more simplified version. Here's some medicine provided by Pura Vida. How you doing there, Pura Vida? Thank you so much. So Pura Vida, I did another episode with the Eldritch Foundry sculpting. And also, just, we'll be talking about this during the stream. So this painting that I did last Thursday I took this in the GPT and I said, all right, turn this into basically a flat, like a bas relief, and it actually did that. Now, there was another thing I used as an example piece. It actually created STL files, Pura Vida. Now, are they any good? I will not know until I try to print those, and that's not going to happen until tomorrow. But potentially more really interesting stuff, Pura Vida. Nice to see you there, Peace Talker. Or Peace Stick. Yeah, Peace Talker. Sorry about that. Again, here's some of the previous ones that we did. Here's, pointy stick dudes. There's Lurts with this fabulous blood effects on there. Here's one of our berserker dudes. I'm sorry that we did. Oh gosh, was that Saturday? Yeah, that was the Saturday stream. The Thursday stream was the ships. Here's again. This is what we're going to be doing. I keep wanting to call these guys arbalesters because oh, that's right. I got to print out. Jeez, I haven't printed out anything in resin in like weeks. Right, Camda? Camda, I got a whole bunch of stuff to send you. So Camda, basically, I was in GPT, and for the meeting with whatchamacallit, with Eldritch Foundry, like at 6:30 in the morning. So 7 hours from now, I have that meeting with Eldritch Foundry. And I wanted to just talk about bas relief type stuff. Hey there, Doji, how you doing? Actually, Doji, I'll send you some of these pictures too. So I basically said, okay, how I was talking about Alphonse Mucha, really love Alphonse Mucha stuff. I said, take an Alphonse Mucha, like a prototypical Alphonse Mucha painting, and make a bas relief of it. Because I just wanted an image to show them, like, can you make these? Or can you have in your software, an ability to make something like this? And it did such a good job. I actually wrote it this way. I said, well, you probably can't do this, but can you make a printable STL file out of that? And it said, oh, yeah, I can do that. Do you want it for FDM or resin? And I went, wait, what? So, yeah, Camda, I actually have, in Chidubox right now, I have an STL file of a bas relief that was made in GPT. So I will, I'll send you the pictures there. And like I said, right now there's a big print going on with the FDM printer, so can't do it on there. And well, again, there's no resin in the resin printer. I think they're both like empty right now. So we have to work on those printers, get those babies going. But hopefully that is something we can do. Get that rocking and rolling. And of course, Camda, Doji. Actually, yeah, if you guys want to share some stuff in chat, why don't you go ahead and do that? So Camda, well, like the ship painting, again, I took that, and it created a fairly decent bas relief of this thing. Like it even had the flag. It had undulations in the flag. This actually was better in the bas relief than it was in the painting, and it had all the holes in the sails and such. Well, I'm not going to say anything, Camda. You know what happens if I say anything. I will say nothing. I will say absolutely nothing, so that, yeah, I'm not even going to say anything beyond that. Nope, not saying nothing. But again, if you want to share anything in the chat there, Doji, actually Pura Vida, and Sensor, if you wanted to share some stuff that you guys might have been doing there. Well, Camda, it's a blessing, but it's called a dwarven blessing. That was something. It was a role-playing thing. A friend of mine basically. It's what the dwarf does after he's had lots of ale. Let's put it that way. That's a dwarven blessing. So that's pretty much the equivalent of my blessing of Prince, wouldn't you say there, Camda? Or is it false praise or something like that? Right? That's See you later there, Doji. So yeah, Camda got another meeting with the Eldritch Foundry folks. We'll see what we can. Now again, it's the basing stuff. That's really what I wanted to emphasize. I even have. Where is he here? Where's he at? He was right over here. I'm not sure where he is now. I have to find out. Oh, there he is. Because it's not enough to just have a sheet of texture. I want to know, can you actually manipulate, like break it into pieces and then manipulate the pieces? So that is something I'd like to be able to do. That's fantastic, Sensor. And of course, Sensor, now, did you, have you been doing some of the color charts too? Hey there, Mon Meats, how you doing? Great to see ya. There he's, well, what are you doing here? He's like, I don't know, I came to see, what are you doing here? So, I'm just like, hey, I just got this stick. Yeah, I'm just sticking around. This guy must have been made by something. Did he tell you that dad joke? He's like, maybe. So sensor, yeah, these things can be super duper duper help. Do I have, well, okay, that was not super duper. Let me get that back up here. Here we go. Yeah, so these color charts can be handy on many levels. It's not just what the color looks like. But this is kind of like yours. Remember, Camda, that you sent me? You know, your Egyptian violet versus everything else. Yeah, look, that's the other thing it shows, the strength of color too. Not just what it looks like, but how strong it is. Yeah, as soon as I saw that, Camda, I kept thinking of the charts that you sent me there. No, I'm gonna go this way. Let's go this way with it here. A little bit of the Van Dyke Brown. Some of our not radiant, radiant violet. Because reasons. Or raisins. Where are we going? This way? Yes, insert. Now, of course, if you can, it could be matte board, hot press illustration board. You want something with less texture. That's just kind of in general, less texture is better. It just doesn't quite interfere as much with what you're trying to do. I mean, it doesn't have to be glass, but it just, a little less texture. So like a piece of cardboard, depending on the cardboard, might be smooth enough. Even something like, now, of course, that's probably not going to be white. That's what our poster board, I mean, you could do that. Poster board tends to be kind of on the smoother side, right, Camda? Especially, well, foam core is really, really smooth. I don't know about foam core, but yeah, poster board, if that's all you can find at a craft store or something, that might do the trick. So great to see you there, Mound. I hope that everything is fabuloso there. Now, let's try to not snap him off of here, so we're just going to do a little bit of this. So we're going to give him a little bit of support here as we do some of this here dry brushy stuff. Okay. More here. A little bit back there, and then we're going to be doing obviously a whole bunch of dry brushy stuff on there. Sorry, a glazy stuff on that banner. Everybody check out the Insto link that Camda just posted. So Camda, hopefully all the infection stuff is gone and you're back to fighting shape there, and you can do some streaming this week, maybe, Camda. So yeah, much as I am tempted to put all kinds of fancy artworks and such on that banner, I think just they're orkies, right? So I think I gotta keep it as simple as possible. Super tempted, right, Camda? And again, these are 3D printed from Papal 3D. So you don't sound like you just got some Novocaine there, Camda. Yeah, sorry that just kind of jumped out at you and said boo in a major way, right, Camda? So Camda, I don't know if you want to give that a try. Again, I just went into the GPTs and created that bas relief, and then the shock of shocks was when I said, "Oh, you probably can't make an STL out of this," and it said, "Yeah, I can do that. What's the problem?" And I went, "Wait a minute, what? You've been hiding this all this time, right, Camda?" It's like, when exactly were you going to tell me that? Now, my guess is, Camda, it's going to be nowhere near what something like like Meshi or Mixer or Blender could do. I'm sure it's nothing like that. It's probably going to be. However, though, Camda, I was thinking, what if you use it kind of like I do the GPT, bring it into Suno for the actual music itself? Maybe that's the combo platter that I need to use. Time will tell. So I'll probably print an F. Well, let's see. I think maybe I'll do one in resin, a small one, and then I'll do a larger one in FDM because that won't take as long. And if it screws up, it'll be like 2 cents worth of filament. So Camda, the fact that it was basically writing full orchestra scores for me, and I mean like full with like instructions for what the choral folks are supposed to do, which kind of drum. Okay, and this part of the chorus answers the other part or responds to the other part. This part gets softer, this part gets louder, and like all at the same time. It's like, man, when exactly? Like I said, what are you gonna tell me you can do this? I've sent some of the basically those annotations to Recoil there. Said Recoil, check this out. I mean, you've heard the story I've told. Like, okay, I'm the youngest of 7, and all the other ones play a minimum of 2 instruments. Some play 20 instruments. I play 0. However's may not be able to play the instruments, but there is. I mean, I actually could do sheet music just by looking at it. I could actually replicate it and actually get a sense for what it was on there. So when your brother is an orchestra composer, you do learn a few things of a musical nature that might just do it. Okay, let's get to our metal type stuff here. Let's do that. Let's do that here. And then it's time for mixing paint, Camda. It's the true reason why we stream, right, Camda? Just for the mixing of the paint, nothing else. All right, here we got the Van Dyke browns. We got some of the Mars black. We mix that with our iridescent pearl white here. Mixy, mixy, mixy. And then a whole bunch of dry brush stuff. Whole bunch of dry brush here. Whatever's, don't care. There. And then it's all about the mixing, right, Camda? Now, let me see. What did we do? We did that. Then we did the mixing stuff. And we put all that on the figures, the bases. Then I think the skin tones was probably the next thing. Yeah, went to skin tones. Then after the skin tones, I believe was our darker rust color. Then probably back to the bases again as all that other stuff sets. Uh, then I think we did the white hand markings before anything else with the metals, especially before any kind of highlight things, because we don't want to, yeah, we don't want to overpower those white hand markings, right, Valfera? So Valfera, I'll send you the pictures of what I was doing with GPT creating bas relief stuff. The short story is, Valfera, it seems that GPT can create STL files to the point where it asks you, oh, do you want this, do you want this for an FDM style printer? Do you want this in resin? What do you want this for? Which I thought, again, never expected that. We also didn't expect a raid from Toadbelly. How you doing? So Toadbelly, I hope that your stream was a blast. Everybody please give Toadbelly a follow. So Toad, I hope that you're doing well. I know you just finished your stream, so you probably don't have pictures right now, but if you've got like a Discord, Insta, any kind of work in progress images, you want to share those? Nice to see you there, Thor. So we are working on, was this stream number 3? This is our 3rd stream here. Basically, we're doing basically 10 miniatures every stream. We're trying to do an army of 30 Uruk Hai of various types in just 3 streams. And this is the final of 3 streams. Here's a few little items, a couple of guys from the last stream. So we got Lurtz with his little shield there. We got a Berserker with his flamey thing. The previous stream we had guys with sticks, guys with boards. This is very different. Now we're always working in oils, but these are actually true metallic metals here. That's something I almost never get a chance to do. I mean, and by almost never, I mean like literally almost never. Now, earlier this week here, this was our Thursday stream. This is somewhat different. That's just a little bit of a subject. However, this was done with the same oil paints that we're using on these guys. So again, Toadbelly, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Now, normally, this is Armada Monday, and normally on Armada Mondays, we're painting something like this here, or something like this here. There we go. So that's usually what we're painting on a Monday, but we didn't have any of these prepped ready to go, but we did have the last of our 10 guys prepped and ready to go. So thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that, Toadbelly. Thank you so much. Actually, let's get this right here. Let's get this going. It's like, well, wait a minute, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to be, actually, you're supposed to be dead. It's like, what do you mean? It's like, the whole Balrog thing. He's like, what Balrog? Moria, you shall not pass, all that kind of stuff. He's like, so I'm supposed to fight him with this glow stick and a kitchen utensil? He's like, well, I don't think that's a good idea either, but you did it anyway. Must have been the pipeweed. Alrighty. What's going to happen here on our big old Gandalf 6? Actually, we had 2 of these in a row. Oh, it was a near one there. It was and then went boom right there. So a big 5 for Toadbelly. How you doing there, Toadbelly? That's fantastic there, Toadbelly. And if you want to show anything off, like I said, you got some work in progress whatevers, or if you want to skedaddle off to the photo booth and take some pictures or whatever, post those. That is all fantastic too. So great to see you there, Thor. And again, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. And yes, we are using regular oil paints here. And now to do our metals here, we added this to the palette. Essentially, this is metal medium. Oh, I wonder. Oh, I do. Yeah. This is basically the equivalent in your acrylics right here. So something like this. It's essentially iridescent pearl white, but it's acrylic. what you do is you mix this with your darker color. So you mix this with something like, oh, I don't know, here, this Van Dyke brown. It's got to be a darker one and it can't be opaque, no white. You now have a very dark metallic color. Now, if you were to mix this with, say, oh, I don't know, maybe a violet or something like that here, you now have a very dark metallic purple. Yes, metallic purple. And the more you put it in of this, the lighter your metallic color gets. Here's a little look-see. Check these out. So there's an example. All those were done with that same method, where you take a darker oil paint color, you mix it with the iridescent pearl white. Like we got purple mandos, green mandos, blue mandos. We got all kinds of mandos there, all different colors, and it was all done the exact same way. Now some of those are on the YouTube channel and such. Where's my? There we go. Now again, typically when we're doing, oh, there's a mando. When we're painting our mandos, well, it's going to be more. It's going to be more of our usual non-metallic metal. However, with true metallic, you paint them all the same colors. It's just instead of using white, you use the iridescent pearl white. That will change all of your, like those darker blues, the darker grays. Those will now be metallic, and that's all you got. Oh, here we go. This is something here. There you go. So again, that is, even the object source lighting is also metallic. So that's all metallic paints right there. Oh, as this is too. Gee whiz. I just finished this tutorial series for the Patreon page right here. So that also, that is all metal paint. You can see that's all, that's not like reflecting something, that is actually painted on. That blue there, the greens, all those different colors. Look at that. We got bluish greens, shimmering blues over there. So again, that's all oil paints. Let's keep going. So right now we've got kind of a Mars black, Van Dyke brown, and iridescent pearl white mix, and we are just doing this little bit of lighter dry brushy stuff here. Then we are going to do our just take some darker tones, do some glazing over the top of this, essentially like almost like a pin line wash. So yeah, let's see. I think the other army that we did a lot of this metal stuff. Here we go. It was on these guys. So again, that's true metallic metals. Boy, there's the old jars, Velfira. The old jars. Actually, Velfira, I meant to take a picture to show you. Remember that jar of the metal medium that when I was working with Creature Caster to make their line of acrylics there, and they sent me their homemade, basically metal medium, and it said pearl white on it. Yeah, I have that jar, Velfira. I found that one in the kitchen. So Velfira, think of like, okay, you got your Greek temple, or you've got a church or something like that. Let's say like a Gothic cathedral, Velfira, and the entranceway, right? All that front facade. You have figures that are not independent, they're not standalone, but they're kind of basically, they're kind of flat. So like Camda describes it as a sculpted picture. So Velfira, just type in bas relief, do a Google thing, and you'll go, I know what that is. Yeah, you've seen them 1,000 times, Velfira. You as soon as you type that in, you'll go, oh yeah, I've seen a bunch of those. I've seen them tons of times. So basically what I did was I turned my one painting into a bas relief, and it actually looked like the painting. So that is, don't be surprised, Velfir, if at some point you see on the stream or I'm painting one of those, and it depends now, again, if GPD does a good enough version to actually print and paint, that would be sensational. I kind of doubt it. I really sincerely have my doubts that it'll be able to do a strong version of that, but you never know. Alright, Camda, are you ready? Are you ready for the best part of the stream? The stuff that everybody says, like, look, we should just see 6 hours of this. This is all we should see, right, Camda? Just 6 hours of this. Alright, there's our thinner. And now we mix all of this together. We gotta make sure it's all broken down. I mean, Canada, why do we even stream anything else besides this? We shouldn't stream anything else. Just this 24 hours a day, right, Camda? 24 hours a day of this. Alrighty, there we go. Now what we need is this here. And that might be a little too steep of an angle. And now we got that on an angle. And now we do this. Now we're doing this. I lost the whole first part of the day because I was gonna do the big hike to the post office, you know, that 5.8 mile hike, whatever it is. And the neighbors were out there, and they saw me with the bags. They said, "Where are you? Wait a minute, are you going to the post office again?" So they insisted on giving me a ride over there. Next thing you know, I'm staying there for supper, and then I actually I brought them some of the one of the big giant tomatoes, and they chopped up the tomato. They grilled some burgers, so we had the first garden tomato welfare on some burgers. Yeah, she actually went to the point of taking some olive oil and some seasoned salt and pepper and put that on the tomato before we put it on the burgers. So you can see how this is all settling right into the, look at that. See how I'm doing this? I'm not brushing it on. I'm just touching the miniature. That's a pin line wash. You touch the figure, you leave it alone. You let that stuff go where it's going to go. That's how we work with this stuff here. That is how we do the pin line washes. Less is more. More is way too much. I mean, it's the same way with acrylics, but with oils, poof, big time. It is essential, right, Camda? So yeah, well oh yeah, programming note. Programming. That's another reason why I'm doing these today, because Saturday, right, is that block party. So I won't be streaming on Saturday. I was hoping to do a substitute Saturday on Sunday. No idea what that might be. I don't even know what we're doing on the Thursday stream. Actually, I'm hoping if this goes well, you'll see one of those flats. Now again, I am doubtful of what the actual result will be. Valfira, they've got those like electric scooters, don't they? I see kids zooming around on them all the time. Should I get one of those, Valfira? I've never ridden a scooter in my life. Actually, I've ridden a bike 3 times in my life. I've ridden a horse more in one day. So yeah, that kind of wheeled transport is unfamiliar to me. Actually, Valfira, what's today? Well, yeah, it's still October 6th for 7 more minutes here, Valfira. So on this day last year, guess what I was doing, Valfira? It involved, let's put it this way, it involves the culinary channel. And it involved 3D printing. It also involved nutmeg. And it also involved eggs and a mixer. And icing. Camda, we don't really like to that whole that 18th century stuff is a little bit too too modern there, Camda. Yeah. Actually, anything AD, Camda, is a little bit too yeah, it's a little bit too technical, a little too modern. Well, I think we're in the Bronze Age right here, wouldn't you say, Valfira? So, yep, Velfair, that was the first Halloween cookies that I made. This day, 1 year ago. So it means I'm already late on making the Halloween cookies. So tomorrow at the store, guess what I gotta get? And guess what I gotta make? Yep, Halloween cookies. Only this time, Velfair, in addition to all of the other dozens of cookie cutters I've got, now I have the Ugly Dolls. Yep, we have the Ugly Dolls cookie cutters. So look at that, see how that's filling in with just a touch. It's all that it takes. Banner guy here. Camda says that Anzac biscuits are on the menu out there in Perth. Well, then Recoil's just so Recoil. What's on the menu there in the air fryer for later? Oh, what about 4 or 5 hours from now, Recoil? So Recoil, I have no idea if that's gonna, I put it in the slicer, and if there was no objections. Recoil, it wasn't like, oh, there's something wrong with this file. You got to do this, that, or the other thing. Now, what I could bring it in. I could maybe increase the number of poly. Can you do that, Camda? Like just basically go into some kind of generic like Windows 3D program or something like that and say, look, just enhance the polygons here. Give me more polygons. I don't know if that would actually do anything. Recoil, are you sure you didn't go into my refrigerator? Because guess what's sitting in there? That I made it, oh, I don't know, like 4 in the morning. Nice to see you there, Sector X. So yeah, Recoil, butternut squash raviolis with Italian sausage sauce. Now, if you tell me that you have butternut squash raviolis, that will be downright eerie, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it, Recoil? So Camda, again, if you know of any good tutorials for something like, well, either mesh mixer, just let me know so that I can maybe glean something from that and just kind of suss something out. So Control A and then a little bit of Control R for a remesh, and then you can remesh it with a higher polygon count. All right, Cam. Actually, Camda, you're like, holy smoke! I'm trying to do you a favor. Now I get homework. If you could just shoot me a quick little reminder of that, that would be super helpful. Oh, that's going to be yummy there. That's going to be yummy, Recoil. That is going to be... Oh, hey, Recoil. Well, I've got that meeting with the Eldritch Foundry folks. There's not supposed to be a session on Wednesday, is there, Valfira? Because I know that... well, let's see. I know that Duff can't be there, but they might just work around that. Yeah, I've been meaning to ask you, like, I don't know, for the last week and a half, Recoil. So Valfera did the Italian... I thought you were going to say, Valfera, that you had Italian sausage with butternut squash sauce. Yeah. Hopefully Zach remembers this time to send me just a Facebook message instead of sending me a Discord message. And of course, it's like all the other Discord messages that people sent me over the last, I don't know how many years, that I've never seen because I don't even know where they are. I'm not ignoring your Discord messages. I don't know where they are. I don't even know how to look at Discord messages. So that's not the best form of communication. As per our earlier conversation, right, Cammed, about anything post-AD is a little bit too modern? Bam, look at that. It's like one touch instant base. There we go. Thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. So we are finishing off the last 10 guys. So I was right when I said that I think there's 10 more to do. There was indeed 10 more to do. So this will be 30 Isengard dudes in 3 streams, which technically means, let's just say 15 hours. 15 hours, 30 Isengard, blood effects, mud effects, rust effects, freehand, object source lighting. Blammo here, like you do. Instant base. Now let's get his pointy stick here. Pointy stick. Then again, all we can do is touch it there. We can't be swiping at this. If you do, all you're going to do is wipe away any kind of lighter dry brush stuff that you got on there, because all this paint is wet. This is all wet paint. No zenithal, none of that. None of that malarkey. None of those kind of shenanigans. So Valfera, he just taped 3 axes together to make that, because, you know, the orc equipment manufacturing is, it's not exactly up to the normal standards, right? Alright, let's start doing some skinny tones here. So remember, we've got almost like a violet type of a skin color right here. Where can you go that I can actually maybe see it? Nah, that's no good. Let's move you over here. Safer bet there. Let's do this. Now, of course, Valfera, there is... I just fair warning, so I was over at their house, and there was a certain condiment that was used on those burgers, Valfera, so just fair warning, this was employed. That was employed. So again, take that warning as you will. Let me get this Van Dyke Brown here. With this violet, that is not quite gonna do it there. Let me break that up a little. Still not quite doing it. I'm going to grab me a different brush then. We'll just try using this one here. Oh, yep, that's right. We need a little bit of that darker rust type color. There we go. And a little, come on, a little more. There we go. Now I think we're just about there. Valfera, I think it's guilt by association. I mean, just like the autocorrect monster, right, Valfera? The autocorrect monster does not distinguish between man, woman, or child. I think the mustard monster, again, just says somebody had mustard somewhere. Therefore, I have justification. Now, it's kind of like big acrylic, right? Recoil, they don't play fair. They do not play fair. Again, this is our kind of our darker skinny tone here. All right. So again, I'll let you guys know what even what the initial results are. But now again, I don't even know, Recoil, if I should attempt this for anything that's not like a flat. The other thing that I was wondering is, you know, this kind of stuff. Not necessarily printing out the whole base, but just could I maybe print out, you know, this. Heck, could I print that out and make a mold for myself? I don't know, something. You know, can I just print out those textures there instead of having to bake the Sculpey and all that other kind of stuff? So I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Boy, that's the latest thing, right, Velfera? Everybody's into those. Actually, as a counter to that, I have this new device. It's revolutionary. It's revolutionary. Now it's circular. It's circular, and if you put a spoke on it and an axle, well, it's called a wheel. Okay, so again, it's this new thing. Nobody's ever seen this before. It's brand new. For whatever reason, over the how many thousands of centuries of human evolution, nobody thought of this product here. But yeah, I call it the wheel. And again, it's round. And if you put some spokes on it and you put an axle in the center, you can actually use this to create things like carts. And you can even motorize that. Yes, you can have motorized transport using this brand new invention called the wheel. So, Camja, I think big acrylic is stealing your idea there, Camja. Now the things that did actually work. Do I have one of them here still? Okay, yeah, these crazy things. These actually worked for transferring freehand. So these work. These are just markers here because you can go really thin or you can do stuff like so. This actually worked really well for drawing out freehand patterns on a miniature. So that worked well. That other stuff, I got no clue what they're thinking, right, Camden? I have no idea what they're talking about there. But again, now if everybody wants to get in on this revolutionary invention, I suggest you do it, now, right? Get in on the ground floor. And again, this Kickstarter campaign, it's going to be beginning, sometime in November. Again, it's going to be called the Wheel. Just make sure you remember that. And again, because nobody's ever seen anything quite like this before, it's going to be earth-shattering. Now, have you tried those at all, Sensor? I only ever used the speed paints twice, I think, years ago. So that I wouldn't. That I don't know. Wouldn't know too much about those. What are we at here with this? Finger, there we go. It's like there's skin somewhere on this dude. And again, see, that's still mixing with the initial, that kind of glaze stuff there. That is why what we're working with now is pretty thick. That is relatively thick paint, because thick paint sticks to thinner paint, also vice versa. What do we got here? We got that going on. You could say we won't be messing around with the bases too much initially here. Oh yeah, Rico, I played our trainer the track song for the neighbors because I was trying to tell them some of the stuff we've been doing, and I played that like, wait a minute, and I said, yeah, it took less time to make this than it will be for you to listen to it, which also stunned them. The only thing I can figure, Camda, is maybe for carrying around. That's fantastic recoil. I played as I was trying to get ready for the stream, running around. I had that going too. Yep. Now I wonder. There's one of those things I think still sitting in here somewhere. It's one of those crazy. Maybe not. No, I guess not. I thought I had one of those oil brushers. That's what they're called. No, I don't have one of those around. I would have meant, ooh, yeah, Camden. No, you don't. Got to save those, right? Those are very important. Peace Stalker, again, it's that brand new invention, right? Peace Stalker, very, very innovative. Yes, indeed. Nope, that's water. I just did my own little is it water or is it thinner test. So that's water. So you go over there. Now thinner. Ooh, I'm gonna have to pour out some more of this. That's thinner. Look at that. Looky there. So yeah, that's pretty shocking. It's every time, right, Camden, to see that there, it's just like holy smokes. That stupid drop is going to be sitting there until I stick my hand in there or it evaporates. That's just going to be sitting there. Camden, I actually now have a giant, well, I have a giant box with several smaller sub boxes in it for tree supports to make more trees because some of the terrain that I've been doing lately, it's ironically not so much with the big supports, but actually those smaller ones that I need for the sub branches and for the roots. Yeah, it's actually making some good ones. That's for sure, right, Camda? Recoil, I have to send you some pictures of. I'm printing some more Harad terrain, and this is some nifty. Well, actually, it's Harad Umbar. So some of the terrain I originally said was going to be for Harad, I'm actually going to switch that around and have that for Umbar. So I'm going to kind of go almost more like kind of like Mecca type stuff for Harad, like more fancy buildings. Oh, I actually have a bunch of markets that I printed out. Conquest Creations markets. I actually have the ruined versions as well because I need those for some of the songs. So that's for near Harad, Velfera. Actually, I do have stuff printed out for far Harad. Basically, kind of like those huts there. I actually have stuff printed out for them. I also have tents printed out for Harad, Velfera. Check out Conquest Creations. Now, it's on his Patreon. It's not on one of the Kickstarters. But he actually did a whole series of tents. There's a King's tent, Chieftain, and then I think like 2 or 3 smaller ones. As long as it's not Eastern Harad there, Camda, well, let's put it this way. People are, they hear about Chicago, north side, west side, south side, all that kind of stuff. Then they'll say, like, what about the east side? And they said, well, if all the people that live on the east side have gills, and then they're called fish, because there is no east side. There is zero east side. There is no such thing. Didn't they have weathering markers for Gundam stuff also? I wouldn't be surprised if AK and MiG made those. I'll see you later there, Pura Vida. Thanks for everything. Here, one more toast for you, Pura Vida. Have a good one there, Pura Vida. Actually, Vida, if you want to, anything that you're working on or whatever, if you ever want to shoot me an Insta or a Facebook message or something, just say, hey, check this out. Yeah, you can always do that. So great to see you there, Pura Vida. Now, of course, since this is the Wappleville Sports Network, we would be very, very, very remiss if we did not bring up the events of tonight's action on the gridiron, where the chefs were absolutely stunned by the cats. Yes, indeed. That was very unexpected. A dramatic last-second play by Trevor Lawrence, who, again, the only reason why I bring this up is because I saw him play every game almost that he played at Clemson. And it's just weird, again, when you follow college football like we do, right, Valfera, it's just very weird to then, see these guys in the NFL. So yeah, that was just do a Google there on that touchdown pass by Trevor Lawrence. I haven't seen it yet. I have not seen it, but he fell down on the play, gets up, and isn't it like fall down, get up, and throw a pass? He falls down, gets up, and runs the ball in the end zone. And of course, here on the Waffleville Sports Network, we report the news before it is news. I will report in advance that Penn State probably is not going to fire the head coach because that buyout is something like 57 mil. And let's just say they have a few shekels invested in the NIL, so I don't think they're going to be doing that. So Camda, that's what I was using. That's what those are. Those markers. Those are eyeliner markers or something. I guess that's what they're officially called. And there's some that are metallic. So let's say you want to do some kind of at least get the start for. Oh, here we go. Like this here. You could, in theory, if you wanted to do it as metal, you could actually use that marker here and then kind of paint over the top of it, right, Camda? That would work. I might even give that a try at some point. Who knows, maybe with the bas relief stuff. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. I think I might have sent you some pictures of that stuff, Grand Oracle. I don't know how much I sent you, but yeah, that's the new development of today. Yeah, I was for the Eldritch Foundry meeting. I just wanted to have a few little sketches that I made in GPT, and then I said to myself, I'm like, huh, wow. We were talking about making flats. Hey, GPT, I bet you can't do this. And it said, what do you mean? I can do that. And it actually made STL files. And they were so big that I actually had to use zip. I had to zip those to get them to be transferred. What was the... Oh, this was the other experimentation, recoil. So, I think I told you about trying to do the storyboard thing for the Army painting videos or the Army showcase videos in the GPTs. And then it said, well, do you want me to do, well, an actual storyboard, like storyboard images? And if it can do that, I can then take those images into sky reels, and that's what I can use to kind of make for some of my videos. So yeah, Grand Oracle, it's kind of like the FDM printed busts, right? Where I just printed these out, and people are like, well, you can't do that. I said, well, you're looking at it. This is printed in FDM. So this is the Ebony Flesh Primer. Oh, somewhere. Wait a second. Time out. I've got one guy left here somewhere. Let me find. Here he is. 1 second, Grand Oracle. There's an extra alerts. They got printed. So this is the Ebony Flesh Primer. That's the Steinolres Ebony Flesh. The reason I'm specifying that is because look at this is Steinolres red brown. So I didn't want you to think it was that one, Grand Oracle. So that's why I'm just yeah, I wasn't trying to be facetious or something. I'm just like, no, this is there is actually red brown primer. Now again, we are working on 10 more. 10 more of our Uruk Hai here. So Camden, again, I only did this a few hours ago. So I have no idea. I basically just, I brought it into Chidu Box real quick just to make sure, okay, is it an actual STL file? Because I've seen things that, are supposed to be and they're not. See you later there, Sensor. So Sensor, good luck with the painting. And again, Sensor, those color charts, really strongly advise doing the color charts there. So maybe, again, even if you just got white cardboard, that would literally be good enough just to do something there. Well, Velfair, look what happened tonight. Right? Look what happened tonight. How many people would have said, yeah, Patrick Mahomes is going to throw a 99-yard pick six, and the game-winning score, pretty much almost as the clock expires, is going to be Trevor Lawrence, the much lampooned Trevor Lawrence, again, who falls down, gets up, and runs the ball in the end zone last second. That probably was not on the menu, right, Valfera? We still got to get our Wampleville Culinary Arts thing going here. Unfortunately, the animation part of it just did not do what I wanted it to do. The picture was fantastic. The animation part, not so much. So again, if your post is unjustly modified by the autocorrect monster, ooh, actually, recoil, huh? I don't think it'll work. All kidding aside, I'm not playing around. I'm very serious here. Is this how we actually make the autocorrect monster? Could this be the answer, Recoil, to making the autocorrect monster? Is doing this. I already have the pictures in there, right? We've already rendered the image. Do we try it? Because it'll take all of like 30 seconds, right, Recoil? It's a tremendous effort to find out if it works or not. I'm not sure I can conjure up that much energy for the 30 seconds it would take to type that in and see what would happen. Again, I don't think it would work as a miniature, but who knows, it might be able to make a flat of it. and a flat is better than nothing, right, Recoil? It's something. And again, whether it works or not, the only way to know is to try. Just like our blood effect here, where we took the whatchamacallit, was the alkyd medium and mixed it with something like Perlene Crimson. I didn't know if that was going to work. It actually works fantastic. That was something that went from, on a stream, it's like, I don't know if this would work, to, oh, wow, okay, this is a thing now. It happens fast. Always innovate. Try new stuff. It may not work. Or maybe it doesn't work for the thing that you were intending it to, but it might work for something else. So always try the new stuff. I didn't get a chance to do that yet, Recoil. Recoil, my Sony software. Sony 19 whatever video software. It actually has that crazy vertical format, so you can actually like create your video that way. You don't have to take a video and then kind of like squish it and squeeze it and stuff. So Recoil, the the BSG stuff that I did, I was thinking of taking that stuff and my "So Say We All" song and trying to create something with that. And then I was going to do something with that "So Say We All" like logo, symbol, whatever, to do something like that with it. Because that's supposed to be the end of our Easterling army painting video song there. Now, I think there is a minimum length, right? Recoil, or sorry, a maximum length for Instagram stuff. What is it, probably a minute and a half or something? I might have to, well, unfortunately, again, I think the version that you have of Suno, that's the one that would allow me to trim things out or just modify certain select things. I guess the other question I have, Recoil, is okay, so I have the lower level membership right now. I guess I can upgrade from there, and it wouldn't be like starting from scratch. It would just make up the difference, right, to go to what you have. What I really want to do, Recoil, is just kind of use what I have right now, kind of before I get into the snazzier tools, because I think that way I might be able to appreciate those tools more, if you know what I mean. Now, Grand Oracle, I don't know if you saw the new video that I did with the Eldritch Foundry stuff. I did. I apologize for all folks that do not know American football, but yeah, because I was really getting deep into the weeds of, okay, we need to, like, what's the proper throwing posture for a quarterback? So here, Grand Oracle, you get a kick out of it. Granted, it's basically as if you were to you go into Eldritch Foundry and record a video of yourself sculpting like swimmers, and you're like, okay, this is the way you're going to get yourself the best push. This is the way you're going to be most efficient in the water. Here is how you create resistance to slow you down. You don't want to do that. This is your approach to the to the wall. Like what approach do you want to the wall to do your turn, right, Grand Oracle? So yeah, that was pretty fun doing that. And I did create like a nose tackle. I've got another defensive end, and I actually finally have a Heisman-esque running back. Now, finally have that made. So again, I don't know too much about swimming there, Grand Oracle, so my apologies for my ignorance. I was just I was kind of hoping that those were maybe some of the things that you would have to do if you were to, be sculpting some swimmers or something like that, competition-style swimmers. And again, for the banner here, we're just going to go primitive. We're just going to kind of go white hand and maybe the tower, and that's it. Well, sorry about that, well, who knows? Maybe that gives you a chance to get a little work done on some Grand Oracle stuff, right? Here's hoping. Now, I wonder, since there's nothing here, let me see if I can... let me see, Nope, I didn't do that here. I know I did it here. Okay, there we go. So again, that's our painting, right? That's what it turned it into. So, printing out that could be very interesting. How you doing there, Teals? Everybody say hello to Tealskyer. Gee whiz, Teals, how the heck are you doing? Everybody, please give Tealscar a follow. And of course, Teals, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So great to see it. Now, what are we painting here? This is our third stream. We've already done 2 streams. First stream, we did 10 Uruk Hai, a variety of pikes, some swords, and some boards. So that was our first stream on, I think it was that was on Friday. That's right. Then Saturday, we were doing some berserkers and such. So this was our Saturday stream. Now instead of Armada Mondays, we are trying to do some more of these lads right here. Now, Teals, I don't know if actually this was our Thursday stream right here. A little bit different, but guess what? It's all oil paints. Whether it's these guys or this, it's all oil paints. That was our Thursday stream. And of course, Teals, well, normally this is what we're doing on Monday. So something like our Battlestar Galactica here, or Roma, which is one of our 1800 scale warships there. So that's normally what we would do on a Monday. But we need to get these army dudes done. And check this out here, Teals. Looky here. Brand new Wapelia Spellbrush figures. Made these myself with Eldritch Foundry. Yep, brand new Wapelia Spellbrush figures. And also too, then this also made with Eldritch Foundry. Oh, look at that. We had a little bit of quick freehand on there, no big deal. Really fun portrait style bust, also made in Eldritch Foundry. See you later there, Peace Stalker. I hope that you have yourself a good day. Have a great day there. Now, where is that? Oh, here we go. So that was getting made in Eldritch Foundry right there. Hey there, Landrast. Nice to see you. So that was, let's see, how many hours were you over at GK there, Landrast? Getting some games in and sort of painting and such. Sounds like you were there for a while. And of course, Teals, again, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please please go ahead and do that. Everybody give Tealscar a follow. And I guess, Teals, do you have any any big projects going on right now that you're, well, fighting against any deadlines or something like that? Hopefully, it's all pretty mellow. You don't have to quite do that. And again, we are using oil paints here, start to finish. Start to finish. And they're all basically just a Steino Res Ebony Flesh Primer. That's it. And we are doing TMM, True Metallic Metals, with the oils. So it's a bit like what we did here in a ways. This is also True Metallic Metal. All that stuff is metal. All that stuff is metallic paint right there. However, it is oil paints. That. So adding this iridescent pearl white to some of our darker, non-opaque colors. Let me move this over here. There we go. Now, glad you got a chance to hang out there, Landrast. And again, a little bit of programming note for the weekend. So Saturday is, well, the party tree here in Walpoliville. So the block party's going on, so won't be streaming this Saturday. I was hoping to do a makeup stream on Sunday. We'll see how that goes. Everybody check out that Instagram link there. Well, good luck working your way through that there, Teals. And everybody, please check that out. And then, of course, please give Tealscar a follow. So, Teals, we actually painted, oh gosh, what was it? The new, I almost said Conquest. The new War Crow stuff. Yeah, we did some of that on stream. The big orc dudes on Wargs, ironically. Yeah, painted those up a few weeks ago on stream. So again, everybody check out that Infinity Orc there from from Teals. Now, this probably won't show too much. However, let me grab... Okay, where did he go? Where's our finished guy? There he is. There he is. And I think it's this one. Yeah, it is... no, it's... this guy. There he is. There he is. Okay. So... let's see. I don't think our film noir is going to show too much on this guy. Not too much. However, you know what we got to grab now, Velfair? We got to grab this guy here. Let's grab this one. Let's do that again. Well, wait a minute. What just happened there? Okay, yeah, that sort of looks like there's some source lighting there, but I mean, not really until, oh, we do this, and there comes all of your source lighting back. Again, contrast is more than just light versus dark. I mean, it says so in the book. Also on that sticker, yeah. Teals, now that I do all the 3D printing and stuff, it's anything that is resin or even anything that's plastic, anything on a sprue is just, it's like, I I kind of look at it with dread. I'm so used to the 3D printed stuff, Teals. Let's put it this way. You better hope they don't have anything like this. With that material, oof. Yeah, you don't want anything like that. Not with that material. That would be rough. Again, if you gave me a choice of 10 materials, cast resin would be number 17. So there's a little bit of bias in there. I'll say that right now. Actually, it would be more like 27th. Yes, if you had 5 materials to choose from, that would be my 27th choice. And that is actually, I'm really not joking there. I really am not a fan of cast. Not that you can tell that I really love cast resin here. Nice to see you there, Denethor. I hope that you are doing fabulous. Great to see you. Dude, so you're ready to do some hang gliding here? He's like, I'm not sure I'm gonna do that with you. He's like, dude, why not, man? It's gonna be super fun. He's like, yeah, but I heard you don't actually use a hang glider. He's like, I have this cloak. It's like, yeah, which is probably on fire right now. He's like, nah, it'll be fine. So, nice to see you there, Denethor. Denethor, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Now, that would be fantastic. So again, this is this kind of violet skin tone here, Valfair. We're definitely going to have to do a... Oh, yeah, was it January of 2024, Grand Oracle? With the Loot Studios orcs. I'm pretty sure that's what you scouted out, right? January of 2024 with the Loot Studios guys. So we'll try to find that Grand Oracle. We'll try to get that printed up. Or a couple of things. And then we'll try to do a couple of different skin tones with the orcs there. Again, I have not printed anything in resin in weeks. That will change to, well, after the meeting, after the stream, then it's time to start getting the 3D printers going. Actually, Denethor, I prefer metal to cast resin for sure. I have to say, while obviously there are foibles to it, the FDM stuff, I really like painting on that. Because again, this is all FDM right here. This whole thing just FDM. Now, obviously, you got to do some cleanups on it, but then even, well, okay, a cast resin or metal or plastic even, right? Plastic, you can't just snip it off the sprue and start painting it. There's cleanup stuff you got to do with any material. So Grand Oracle, I stirred that resin even after like 5 hours because I almost said the Anycubic, but the Soraya, the gray version 2, well, actually not as much as gray version 1, but you have to stir that stuff up at Grand. It can't even sit there for like 2 hours. You've got to stir that stuff up. So yeah, that is an automatic thing there. That's now, of course, I think the vats are both empty, Grand Oracle, because if you remember, there was all kinds of weird stuff going on because there was that change to Chiru box, and I wasn't sure if it was that change or something else that led to some weird stuff going on with the printers. Now I don't know. Doji's not in the chat. I have to say the Warwick Crow material was it seemed kind of like the Eldfall Chronicle stuff there, Denethor. Somewhere, oh well, this is the easiest one to reach. But this is Eldfall Chronicles, right, Denethor? We painted this up on stream, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I don't think that was a tutorial vid. Pretty sure that was a stream there. Oh, here's another one. This has to be, it's the same characters, so that also must be Eldfall Chronicles there. Actually, let me keep that out for something here. And again, everybody please give Tealscare a follow. What are we, 1 hour, 22 minutes in, Camda? Yeah, we basically now have our skin tone ready. Next thing is rust. Because check it out, Camda. You don't see any more shiny stuff there except for the metal stuff, so we can get in there with our darker rust now. Grand Oracle, are there any printers out there? We never had one of those here, but there's like those like automatic kitty litter boxes that like there's a rake that comes through. Is there any kind of a fancy new printer that actually has a device like that that basically like swipes the resin and kind of semi stirs it for you like that? Okay, yeah, Denethor, that's what it is. Okay. I was just kind of like, eh. It's not failcast. It's definitely not failcast. It's not. It's definitely not that. But it's kind of. It wasn't. Well, I think it might have still actually been better than the Conquest resin. That resin is not super. I'm not. That is not enthralling. The resin that they use. There tends to be some, well, and we're talking about some air bubbles too. It's not just well, it's a little bit inconvenient. It's a lot of bit inconvenient. Now, thank goodness Creature Caster went to 3D printed stuff. Otherwise, you'd never see any Creature Caster here. That is not something I want to deal with ever again. Alrighty. Let us... Nope, we're not going to use you. What do we have up here? Okay, we can use that. We can... It is that time once again. Camda's favorite part of the stream, where we start mixing stuff. There you go. We're mixing Camda. I mean, really, why do we stream anything else? This is all we should stream. Nothing else. Just this. 24 hours straight. Just mixing the whole time. That's what I was thinking, Blissful. I was thinking that they were probably still keeping that stuff for infinity. Alright. It is time. This is our darker rust. This is not that final lightest rust. This is our darker rust. Oh, that's right. Weathering powders. We'll do this up here. Weathering powders on the bases, right? Weathering powders on the bases. And again, we're just touching it there. That's all we're doing. We just touch it to it. It goes where it goes. That's it. That's how it works. That is how that works. You go wherever you go, and that's it. Alright, we gotta move these all over here. They're all scrunched over here on the right-hand side. Now, sometimes it gets a little bit, it gets a little hasty, right, Camda? And it maybe goes somewhere where it's not supposed to go. Sorry I haven't made the chat point reward thing yet there for you, Camda. It ain't gonna happen tomorrow either. We got ourselves a very full next 48 hours here. Actually, a very full next 5 days. Everybody check out that Discord link that Denethor just shared. Oh, so yeah, Teals, especially when they, what's their game called, Teals? Not Conquest, Judgment, yeah. So once they started doing their Judgment game there, that was another, they kind of had a real reason to do it because now people could just print out their armies. You know, it's one thing, okay, one giant resin dragon maybe doesn't make so much sense, but yeah, once they went to the game there, Teals, that's where it kind of made more sense for them to do it. And all of my creature caster stuff that I've done has all been 3D printed. We got some, where's our mounted baristas here? There we go. Yeah, so these are from Creature Caster. These are all 3D printed. Right there are mounted baristas, otherwise known as mounted barristers. And also, well, speaking of bust, it's around here somewhere. Wait a second, let me find it. No. There we go. So that was 3D printed. That's a creature caster bust. And actually, I've printed out some of those in FDM2, and then these were our dwarves also again. Now, actually, where the heck is my picture here? This. So, recoil, I'm going to take this thing, and I'm going to see what kind of bas relief we get out of this. It might be too much stuff for it to handle, but this is something I'm going to try to make a bas relief out of. Okay, where's my... Whoops, I already passed it up there. So yeah, recoil, I'm going to give that a shot. Again, if it doesn't work, what did we lose? Not besides nothing? Those are... Now, some of the older ones, Teals, are going away. But the newer stuff, because not everybody has a printer, right, Teals? So it's the hybrid approach is always the best one. Because not everybody has printers, not everybody wants to deal with that. And even, okay, let's say you have a regular size printer and you want one of those big giant dragons, well, you're better off just buying the big giant dragon, the resin one, right? And of course, recoil if that works, right? What I'm hoping, recoil, is that we see something like that on a flat Thursday. Now, I would probably try to make it bigger than 5 by 7. Ooh, jeez. Maybe, I don't know, what would the aspect ratio be? Something like 6.5 by 9-ish. That's probably the biggest we could get on screen. Oh, and recoil. Here's the level of what we're talking about here. It actually asked me, it said, hey, do you want me to, after it did all the files, it said, do you want me to put a hanger on these? Like a hole, right? So you could put a nail. Oh, get this, recoil. It asked me, do you want a 3mm hole for a nail, or do you want a 5mm hole so that you can actually put a screw through there? That's the level of complexity that I'm like, you got to be kidding me. That's why I'm starting to think that this could be a legit STL file, recoil. If it's asking me that, I don't know, recoil. I mean, it's worth the try. Hey, Mr. Snipes, how you doing? Great to see. Actually, Mr. Snipes, if you want to share anything in chat, please go ahead. And Camden, if you wanted to share your link one more time, it's been a while. And we got more eyeballs this here. Everybody please give Camda Paints a follow too, because Camda Paints with the oils. So Teals, I just remember at Adepticon, because I was painting in the booth there, and I could hear him saying, like, yeah, some of these oldest sculpts, those are being phased out. You know, who knows, maybe the molds are getting kind of aged, right, right, Teals? Everybody check out that Instagram link there that Camda Paints just posted. Everybody please give Camda Paints a follow. Again, Camda Paints with the oils, so go check that out. So again, we are 1 hour 32 minutes in here. We got the skinny tones done. We're doing our rusty stuff here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to put the weathering powders on the bases, because the idea is that fuses with the oil paint that is there. Yeah. Do that, Mr. Snipes. Camda sure wants to see it. Yeah, go ahead, do that. Go ahead. Boom. Grand Oracle, if there's anything, your Reaper stuff that you wanted to share, I don't know if you've had a chance to do that yet. Also, too, Teals. Now, this is one of the reasons why I kind of went to the 3D printing in the first place, and this is back in 2020, was shipping. What is difficult these days, Teals? Right? Shipping stuff around? Well, if you're literally just like, if it's all digital, there's nothing to worry about, right? As far as shipping costs or whatever. So it kind of makes, I mean, to me, it makes all kinds of sense. Actually, it did years ago. I started begging them to do that back in 2020 when I first started doing 3D printing. Boy, Grand Oracle, it seems like I've been doing 3D printing for 20 years. Let me see. This August was basically my 5th anniversary of my first successful print. Again, that kind of maybe seems like a lot, but it's not really that much. I mean, yeah, 5 years, a lot happens, and a lot has happened in 5 years, but okay, all the rusty stuff out of the way. We move you out of the way. We get you onto the scene here. There's some powders for us there. We'll just use this guy. Get this thing out of the way too. 1 second. There we go. Yeah. You show the Reaper figs there, Grand Oracle. Yeah, show the Reaper figs. Oh, look at this. Now we don't have to paint the feetses because we got this. We got ourselves some dusty, rusty stuff going on there. More dusty stuff on the base, on the feetses. Maybe even this, maybe even that, whatever, don't care. Because ultimately you can kind of see how that plays out in there very nicely. And then if we get a little bit of the blood effects down on the base, that's another texture difference. So it's not just a color difference, it is a texture difference. Because the powders, well, they are extremely matte, wouldn't you say, Valfira? As in, like, hyper matte, which makes everything else, by comparison, look kind of shiny. So again, just doing a little bit of our powders here. And the idea is that they will fuse with the wet oil paints. No need to seal them, no need to do anything else. You just stick them on here, they're done, that's it. We've been doing this with all of our Trench Crusade stuff. That's the first place I thought of that. Where is our, there she is. So see that we got all of our powders on there. So yeah, that Trench Crusade fig there. And this is the other thing, Teals. This is not a 72 mil fig. This is supposed to just be printed the same size this guy is. But I made it bigger, and look at that. Super fabulous. So our mounted baristas, I could print those things way bigger. That would be super scary, wouldn't it, Camda? Gigantic mounted baristas. Yelling out names and chucking cups of scalding hot coffee at people. Again, it's the most feared and hated cavalry unit in all of Wappleville. The mounted baristas. And of course, they have the audacity and temerity after doing that to ask for a tip, too. Okay, there's our withering powder. Now, this is just a piece of tree bark right here. Because remember, I wanted something a little heftier for him, for his base, with the big old giant banner. Teals, there's other ones that we've done. Let me see. Where is... Well, oh, the Kathy figures. Yeah, well, look at this. The Wapelius Spellbrush figure here. Originally this size. I actually have a gigantic bust of this. It's like literally 2.5 times the size of this thing. It's ginormous. Here, I don't even know if I can get this safely. Yeah, here we go. Look at this. Oh, and we combined it with a Nerixon plinth. That's the same miniature. It has a gigantic bust. Show you how big that is. Look at this. That's how big that thing is. So again, that is just that's 3D printed on an FDM style printer, and I still haven't used the .2 nozzle yet, Grand Oracle. These ooh, there you go, Grand Oracle. That would be an interesting test for the .2 nozzle. Is these bas relief prints? Denethor. Yeah, now here was an instance where we mixed it with the rubbing alcohol, right, to do our winter wash on this guy here. It's like, oh, what you guys doing back there? It's like, oh, nothing, boss. It's all good, man. It's all good. Yeah, why do I smell vodka and also burning? It's like, nah, I wouldn't be standing on a frozen fuel tank with an open flame. He's going to kill us all. He's going to kill us all. We haven't seen that one in a while, have we? So again, that is right there. There was actually still some of our glaze that was almost semi like wet right there. So that just fused together right there. So as the oil cures, that will cure with it. Camda, what's interesting is that, believe it or not, the the 0.08 layer height actually didn't take as long as I thought it would. I was expecting, like, oh my gosh, it's going to be 3 weeks long. It's definitely longer than a regular print, right? I mean, obviously, but I was surprised it wasn't as bad as what I was expecting. Everybody check out that link that Mr. Snipes just posted there. And Grand Oracle too. Yeah, there we go. Check out that link on the Reaper Mini website. Yeah, I mean, what could possibly go wrong, right? Right, Denethor? He's like, dude, I'm somewhat of a connoisseur of oil and open flames. It's like, yeah, we could tell. You do realize that's like a couple 1,000 feet down. He's like, yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be no problem. It's like that's gonna hurt, I think. Too bad that we don't have Bithron here to add to the silly Marillion, which actually I still think Recoil, I need to create some kind of a song for the silly Marillion. I don't know what the heck kind of form that would take, but I think we might need to do that. Okay, so this our rusty stuff, look at that. See, it's not shiny anymore. Not so shiny anymore. Okay, so our bases, those are now in good shape there. Now what we wanted to do was, let's see, you can see our lighter rust that we done. We got to wait to do that. Not going to be doing the blood effects. We have to do this cloth. So you can see it's got kind of that greenish look to it. And, well, in the true spirit of Oxide University, we are going to get the green oxide going here. There it is, green oxide and other stuff. Green oxide, also other stuff mixed together here. Let me clean this. Actually, you know what? Let me get a little bit more of my thinner out here too. So 1 second. Again, I lost about 4 hours today that I thought I was going to have. That was the whole point of like only getting 4 hours of sleep, was to have more hours of the day to do the stuffs, and well, it didn't quite play out that way, unfortunately. Some of this almost kind of a greenish brown type of a color here. It is not perline black, our other dark green. So yeah, cammed. These the flats are about maybe 3/16 of an inch thick, like at most. The other thing that'll be interesting, Camda, is that what would you say, kind of the bugaboo of that type of printer is like shallow, flat stuff, like those bas relief things. So I'm not really expecting fantastic results there, Camda. But as long as it's paintable, really, that's kind of the main thing that I'm looking for. Yeah, as long as it's at least paintable. Actually, Landrast, remember, oh gosh, months ago when I couldn't find the black Elegoo, the 10 for 99 bucks, and I was getting things like gray and whatever. I didn't realize this, Landrast, but I got this brown color, and I did not plan this. It's going to sound like I did, but I'm actually printing Harad, like desert style buildings with this brown filament. It's like, that was not how it was supposed to go, because I thought it was like black. I open up the box, I go to put it in the printer, and I'm like, that's not black. Yeah, it's sort of a cross between, I want to say, Burnt Umber and whatchamacallit, Mars Yellow Deep. So when you see the pictures of this building, you're going to be like, what kind of weird spray paint did you use on that? It's like, nope, none. Didn't use any. Now, I guess, let's see, what were the Prime days, Valfera? Was that like the 6th through the 8th, or was on Amazon? I have no idea if there's any actual Prime deals going on right now. I'm only asking because maybe that the last time I got a big batch of filament from Amazon was during Prime days. I'm gonna throw a little bit of this green up in here too. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Timeout. I'm also gonna get some of this up in here. Oh, that's right. We had a raid just as I was doing. That's right. Like, where's our darker glazy stuff on this banner here? So what's going on there? Ah, there we are. Almost forgot that. Camda, I know I've said it a few times, but I was really genuinely serious when I said it's possible that that point 0.2 nozzle and the layer height thing could give me results that are at least about the same as what the Anycubic is doing, as in resin printing. Because we're talking about an old Mono X 4K printer, so it might at least give a very similar result. I mean, maybe I'm thinking of it wrong, but I don't know. Something tells me I'm going to get something kind of similar. There we go. There we are. So, good thing that we've been able to get all of our Uruk Hai, our 10 Uruk Hais pretty much painted in a 5-hour time span, because we actually do have a time limit on the stream because there's that meeting. And to do the meeting, I have to kill all the Streamlabs stuff, bring up XSplit, get up Zoom, and all this other stuff. So everybody check out that link that Mr. Snipes just posted, and that again is some 0.2 nozzle goodness right there. It is, like you say, right? It's a shocking what you can do with that. Well, with the A1 and the 0.2 NOS. That had to be well worth. Actually, Camden, did you film that? Yeah, it would have been worth breaking out your phone to film that moment, right? So that could have lived on in perpetuity. Last one with this here. I mean, still, there are still people that do not believe me when I show them those busts. And they don't believe that they were printed in FDM. It's like, look at how giant these things are. Would you print this thing in resin? I don't care how big your printer is, that's a lot of resin. Just because your printer is gigantic doesn't mean you're using any less resin. Grant Oracle, what was the... there's been a few things. Now, obviously, I try to minimize the challenging prints, I guess, in terms of supports there. I guess, is there any reason to not just go with the tree supports? Because those are the only supports I use. I don't use the, very mechanical style supports. I don't know if there would be an advantage to using those over the tree supports. But yeah, that's all I use for supports. Doesn't matter what I'm printing out, it's the tree supports. Which is why we have so much fabulous material for making trees. Just check out my Instagram for the. There's several posts that show how I take the tree supports from FDM, a little bit of hot glue, so some cutting tools. Boom! You got yourself trees, complete with tree roots and branches. Then to get the bark texture, I just take, and again, if you want to do the sculpt, prime, and paint in one step, you take some of your acrylic paints, primer, whatever, you mix that with the modeling paste or marble dust with some kind of flex paste, whatever, or gesso. And you're not just sculpting, you are also priming and even painting. I'll see you later, Teals. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Glad everything is going reasonably well. And again, glad you're having fun with the Infinity stuff there. And again, if you wanted to share your link one more time before you head out the door, please go ahead. And of course, surface tension. Why don't you share your some of your fabulous oil painted stuff? Yeah, Grand Oracle. There was a print that I did. Do I have it here? Nah. But I was trying my best not to snap off the fingers, but I snapped off the fingers. Now the thing is, I think they're actually easier to glue back on than say the resin version of that. Surface tension. I think I might have sent you a couple of pictures of some of the what I brought into GPT there to create the bas relief scope there. Here, let's see if we can conjure this up again. 1 second here. 1 second. There we go. So there's my painting from Thursday, and there it is in bas relief form. So the one thing I try to do is I snip off all of the support right up to the sensitive part so that most of the support is already gone. So there's less yanking on it. So great to see you there, surface tension. I hope that all is well. So you have that. Somehow, I forget why the neighbors were talking about ancient aliens there, surface tension. So then I brought up the whole story of Welshlandia and the Welshlandians, the ancient Welshlandians. Yes, they're the only aliens that survived on Earth, and they live openly among us. And I told them about the Welshlandian Space Agency. And that's almost the easier approach, right, Mr. Snipes? Yep, surface tension, that's what we've been pondering. We've been pondering that for sure. It's going to be tried. I'm hoping maybe surface tension that for our Flat Thursday stream, it's literally a flat. Whether it works or not, I have no idea. It might fail horribly. It might be kind of meh. I might even have to go back into GPT and say, hey, look, oh, this was it. What were we talking about, Camda? Bring it into Mesh Mixer and adding the extra polygons. Essentially, okay, I bring an image into Photoshop and basically have it go from 72 DPI to 300. Actually, surface tension, now I'm starting to think we need to have like a whole story about this. It's going to be like War of the Worlds, surface tension. Yes, the Welshlandians, well, They were on Mercury. That's yeah. The Welshlandians are originally from Mercury. Their surface tension. That's where they used to live, and then Mercury just too close to the sun, so they had to leave Mercury and they had to come here, and they brought their Death Orb shield with them. So yes, who knew that your ancient relatives, their surface tension came from Mercury? Yeah, actually, Camden, I still have to. I've never even used Mesh Mixer. I know there is like a Windows kind of version of that. I might just roll with that since that's already on the machine. Oh, thanks, Camden. Appreciate that. There is no evidence to prove that it is not true, right? Surface tension, therefore it is. Yep, you cannot prove that that didn't happen, so therefore it did. That's the kind of sound logic that they do at the Oxide University debates. Yes, Oxide University, the home of Pigment Red 101. Where's my... there it is. That's the brush I'm looking for. Okay, so, well, Camta, we'll try to... we'll try to mount that thing up, try to get that going, and I mean it's worth a try, right, Camda? If you don't try, you'll never know. So I'll have to give it a shot. I just can't wait to see the look on people's face, like, I don't know, potentially a couple of weeks from now or whatever, when the video pops up on the Patreon page, like how to make your own flats. And they're like, wait, what? What are we doing now? What we're doing now is we're taking our oxide green, we're mixing some of our lighter gray with it. And the whole point is we want this little bit of this kind of grayish green, because remember, that rust is going to get lighter. Now, after we do this here, we're going to start putting some of our lighter metals on here. Then we're going to try and get some of the, maybe some stuff going on with the eyeballs and other face details and that sort of thing. Well, Camden, again, it is worth a try. It is definitely worth a try. I mean, I'll try printing it out now with just the result, what I've got, because that way we can see what the improvement is. What would you say? It's the control print, right? It's the control test print. There you go. Yeah, remember surface tension? You were talking about your Blood Bowl field there, and I was those crazy books. Well, that are mostly just the covers of the books, and because they printed vertically, it took longer, for sure. But they definitely, it was shocking the resolution there, surface tension. Now, of course, again, it'll add some time, but you're going to be saving time, right? Because there's less potential fixing to do, like with the sandpaper and all the other stuff. So I think that is a very wise approach. Let me do this. But I'm glad you're able to get that all printed out. Surface tension. I know it took a while, and it took a few spools to get it done, but it's done. The other thing, surface tension, is that it might even allow me to maybe print the actual. Oh, here you go, surface tension. Now, of course, this would take even longer. But if they're filling up the entire build plate flat, but then you make them vertical, you could potentially print 2 or 3 of them at the same time. Again, it'll take a while, but who knows? It might even be less stress on the nozzle. Don't know if that would be the case, but I could see where it might be. Again, this is that lighter greenish gray. Boom, like so. Gotta get that over here. Yeah, these, speaking of 3D printed, these are from Papal 3D. My Mini Factory. He also has a Patreon. I believe these are the September release. I could be wrong, but yeah, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, and the October release, of course, is Warg Riders, because I've only printed out like 100 of those. I think it pretty much that I already have it set for that surface tension, because even the last few pieces of terrain that I've done, which are just giant like floors of buildings, because of some of the stuff that's on the periphery, outer edge of it, it actually has added those to it, the little platform things. Great to see again there, Thranuel. Hope that you're doing well. Happy Tuesday. Oh, geez, well, we're an hour and a half into Tuesday. Okay, oh, we've been doing this for 2 hours. I'm like, wow, okay, it's a little later into Tuesday than I thought. A little later. So great to see you there, Thranuel. But actually, surface tension, last video I filmed for the Patreon page, I just put it up today, was going in Eldritch Foundry and really using the different, okay, if you want to control the arm, you can do it from basically the spine, the shoulder, the elbow, and the wrist. And generally, like for the torso controls and for things like the arms, you have those 4 control. Oh, but this is what I noticed, Recoil. Those controls, the graphics are backwards. So let's put it this way: the thing that moves it this way and the thing that moves it this way, the little icons are backwards. So the one that moves it this way, the icon for it is this one. And all of them are the same. So I'm going to have to talk to him in the meeting about that. I don't even know how the heck to phrase it. But yes, those icons are backwards. Because there's that kind of like yellowish brown box, right? Because there's the cube, and the face that it's affecting is the one that's got color on it. That's why I got so confused, Recoil. When I first tried to use them, I thought I was just losing my mind. I am, but I thought I was losing my mind, because I'm like, it should do this. The icon shows this. Why is it doing not the thing it's supposed to? And of course, I can't share my screen with him because I won't be on that machine, unless maybe I do try to share it with him. So these are Sauron's orcs here, surface tension. Unfortunately, these are Uruk Hai's. What the heck? What were his orcs there? Surface tension. They're not Barad-dûr. There's another. It's another fortress up there. Surface tension. What the heck is it called? I just spaced on it. It's not Angmar. It is Dol Guldur. That's it. Yes, Dol Guldur orcs. Surface tension. Yeah, that's what those are. So yeah, these are White Hand O Saruman. Where? Oh, there we go. And we're gonna be painting that on our banner. Geez, I almost forgot about that. I almost forgot about our banner. So great to see you again, Thranual. Let's do this here. Yep, a little more. No, we're going to leave that darker. Let's leave that part darker. I actually have surface tension tons of those Doguldur orcs printed out. So send me, well, you just got yourself some homework there, surface tension. Shoot me an Instagram message with that so we remember when it's time to paint the Angmar orcs that we have. We use that. There's only one wizard that tells the dad jokes in here. It's like, dude, could you maybe not point that at me? It's like, why does everybody say that to me? I don't know, maybe because you're pointing a crossbow at them. That's not really safe. He's like, dude, you got yourself like that crazy Palantir thing in your hand. Looks like it's on fire. I'm not so sure how safe that is. This is cool, man. I'm just sending Sauron a text. One last round of our lighter greenish gray here on these guys, and then we're gonna go to the lighter metals. Lighter metals, and then we're going to do our White Hand of Saruman. Then well, there's not a whole bunch of blood effects to do. Maybe we'll do our banner thing. We also have to get some more lighter colors on. Oh, that's right. Actually, I can use this down here on the bases. I almost forgot. Well, looky that. Yeah, I almost forgot that. Almost forgot. So now again, we got most of the powders on there, but we do need a little bit, and this also has a bit of that, remember, that greenish color, so actually let me move that out of the way. These guys could use a little something lighter up here. Maybe like that, actually. Here, let me conjure up a little more light over there. Yep, like you do. Bring it into here. And that'll be the last of the stuff on the cloth. We'll still probably do one more hit of lighter stuff on the rocks and such. Like this here. Rocks again. Crossbows again. Not tons, but just a little bit. Something lighter there on the edges of the crossbows. So the reason there's so many of these darn things is that I accidentally printed out 2 build plates of them. I thought that I had 2 different build plates going. Instead, what I had was the same build plate because of the way this version of Chitubox saves the when you do the save after you've done your slicing and everything. The way it saves it, it's kind of like YouTube. If you've ever wondered why the wrong video gets posted to Patreon sometimes, it's because the video that you just upload, when it's done with the uploading and you've saved it, it goes on to a different video. It doesn't stay on that video, so it's very convenient. Yeah, if you've ever wondered why you get the wrong video on the Patreon page, you're like, well, that was like the last video. That was 2 videos ago. Yeah, or it's a Twitch video. That's because, again, when YouTube finishes the upload, it actually jumps to a different video for some stupid reason. No idea why. Let me get okay, here a little bit more of that lighter stuff right in there. There we go. You know what? That's actually not metal there. And then we've got these crazy. What's always tassels with these folks? It's always tassels. Little something lighter with the tassels out there. What we got going on here? So yeah, banner dude. These 10 right here, that's an entire, basically an Isengard army in 3 streams. So Camda, it should be interesting now because we have much more stuff painted on these than we did not long ago, right? Let me see, where's our... Okay, that's almost the same guy. I think this one is the same here. Let me grab this one. Now, I wonder... Ooh, yeah, this is better. Because that's got the lighter... There we go. It's got the lighter rust on it. Which is all going to disappear when we do this. Because the lighter rust is just... It's the color. It's not... Look at that. Man, now, I didn't expect this to be anything dramatic. But look at that, Camda. Yeah, when we bring this back, you'll be able to see that red-ish brown color there in the... Yeah, look at that. That's you don't have that here, but when it's just grayscale, it doesn't matter. I was all set to pull out the object source light figure, right, Camda? I figured, okay, that's the only way we're gonna see anything. I didn't even have to do that. Film noir has value, right, right, Grand Oracle? At any point during the stream, there you go. At any point in the stream, film noir, it has value. More of that here. Now, surface tension after printing out the Blood Bowl pitch. My guess is you're doing printing out some smaller stuff. You're not quite ready to like, let's just print out a whole league's worth of Blood Bowl stadiums. Wait a minute, did I? Oh, wait. We gotta go back. There's some of these. Get some stuff on the rocks is here. Let's do that. Let's go back to the other one. Forgot about this dude. Oh, well, that's fantastic, Mr. Snipes. I mean, I could see... well, what I'd like to do, now that I know much more about the different nozzles and stuff, I wonder if it's going to be, if I could print out maybe some vehicles on the FDM style printer there. At least some of the hulls, the stuff that would take up kind of the most resin and be the most fragile or fragile. Oh, that is even better. Now that should, yep, no time whatsoever, right? Surface tension. Some handy dandy quick little terrain projects there. Surface tension. I'll have to send you the pictures of this new Harad terrain that it's really more, it's Harad and Umbar. But to my surprise, when I opened up this box of filament, instead of black matte PLA, it's brown. But it's a much lighter shade of brown than I was expecting. Alrighty, now we were talking about that lighter silver, so let us get rid of this and let's take maybe you here. This brush here, let's get our not mithril silver. Mithril silver. So this is the iridescent pearl white here. And there's going to be a little light, dry, brushy stuff here. We're not looking to do any final lightest lights with this. I'm just trying to get back a little bit of the lighter stuff. That's all. Yeah, and then we'll next up probably try to do our white hand of Saruman and whatever stuff's going on with the faces. We'll do that. Where's you're going over here. I think that would probably have fun with that, wouldn't you say, Camden? Boy, surface tension, I'm getting kind of irritated. I still can't find those. Still can't find those. I've been looking every day. Cannot find those. So sorry about that surface tension. That is something I have been searching for. Have not found those files yet. As soon as I locate those surface tension, I'll let you know where you can get them. Because, yeah, I want to start printing those myself. There was even a part of me that was thinking maybe I just print those out in FDM now instead of trying to print them out in resin. Obviously, again, I don't think I would break out the 0.2 NAS for that, but it would... well, since I don't have a whole ton of resin here anyways... So yeah, sorry about that surface tension. And it's definitely a Spanish... I'm pretty sure it's a Spanish sculptor, surface tension. Now, again, I mean, it could be on Cults 3D. I don't know. I was pretty sure that it was my mini factory, but it just, again, it might not be. It might be Cults 3D. I don't. He didn't have his own site. That I think I can be pretty sure of. Nope, too much of the stuff on there. We gotta do a super gentle, dry, brushy thing here. Not much. Still too much paint on that brush. Little lighter there again. Not too much. Not at this stage here. Let me see. I think actually that was when I did find some BSG stuff. When I was looking around on my Cults 3D, I'm like, holy smokes! I didn't realize I had BSG stuff here. What is going on here? 1 second here. There. Let me go back to this. bit lighter here. Hey there, Rot. How you doing? Yeah, hopefully you didn't get any con crud while you were out there, Rot. So, Rot, hopefully there was great success. And of course, Rottweiler, if you want to, I don't know if you have any, posts or something on. It's definitely not Reconquer design surface. I know that Landress loves the Reconquer design stuff. So again, Rot, if you wanted to post anything in chat, please go ahead. Oh, it is on Cults 3D surface tension. I think it is. Oh yeah, Gonzalez. Yep, it is Gonzalez Daniel. Gonzalez M. Daniel on Cults 3D surface tension. Yep, I kept looking on My Mini Factory and I was never going to find it. And he's got some Garanimals, he's got, all the stuff. So, yeah, that's it. It's Gonzalez M. Daniel. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Surface Tension just posted. Or, sorry, not Surface, that Rottweiler just posted. Well, that's fantastic. Actually, Rot, if you could shoot me those on Instagram too, that'd be fantastic. That is sensational, Rot. So it's funny, surface tension. It is a Spanish sculptor, but it is Gonzalez M. Daniel, and it's all one word. It's not separate. It's all one word, and there's no caps or anything. At least not that I could see. So wow, that's actually a relief there, surface tension, because I wanted to print those things out myself. Look at that, you can see even our darker rust showing up in there. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Rottweiler just shared. Everybody please give Rottweiler a follow. So Rot, I would imagine you're not streaming like super soon, right? I kind of get caught up on other things before you get back into streaming again. And he has a bunch of other stuff too, surface tension. Oh, well, that's fantastic there, Rot. Now, Rot, we're not supposed to be doing the thing Wednesday, right? Or is that still, Recoil was saying that's still to be determined yet? It's almost getting a little too light there. And blend some of that away. Like that. No, I don't want to have too much of that stuff piling on there. And it can happen in a hurry. In an instant, it's too much. Still got two more of these. Yeah, two more of these here. So Rottweiler might want to. I don't even know where Discord messages are there, Rottweiler. So you might want to send me that link. It's like an Insta message or something. Yeah, I was joking about that earlier in the stream there, Rottweiler. Because Zach sent me a message on Discord. I'm like, I haven't seen any mess. I don't even know where I would look for messages. Because Zach, he sent me a message, about last week or whatever it was. I'm like, I didn't see that and won't be seeing that. So okay, it's kind of what I was thinking. That is exactly what I was thinking there, surface tension. That's great. I don't know if that stuff is usable, surface tension, but well, at least you found it. At least you can make the choice, right? Yay or nay. So rather congrats on all the stuff there at LVO. Um, now, oh, that's what we were talking. There was the championships there, right? There was a bunch of folks there. I wasn't sure the other stuff, like the stuff that Duff was doing. Well, I'll tell you later. Rot. Some of the stuff that I said was gonna go boom very much went boom. And by boom, I mean like we're talking giant mushroom clouds. Boom. So yeah, I'll shoot you a message tomorrow and fill you in on some of that stuff. That now obviously Duff will be able to say more like firsthand. I just know what happened on the shall we say the behind the scenes part, the stuff that Duff wouldn't have seen. Let's just see that. Let's just say that I think you'll have new people controlling it next year, as in full control. Yeah, I think again, some stuff went boom, and it was seen. This we knew it was going to happen, but well, basically Gary had to see it with his own eyes, and he did not like what he saw. All right, do I want to try the free? Okay, fine. Let's see what we want to play around with on here. Not sure just yet. Let's try something. Let's just try something on here. Alright, do we have a banner here? Let me just try that. Okay, almost dropped my keyboard right there because keyboard stuff is not usually what I'm doing. Okay, boom. I might go with this then because it mirrors that. Let me see what happens with this. So yeah, I believe the let's put it this way that I don't what is that full on heads will roll, but there will be some consequences for sure. Okay, now that's gonna go more like this. Yeah, these are 3D prints from Papal 3D here. And you can see how we let the freehand just kind of mix into the existing darker tones. Just let those mix. With what is already there. So yeah, the Alaska crew. I think that's where those folks will be a little bit more setting the tone for things instead of what was going on. That's almost got a little too much thinner in it right now, but I think we can. Okay, good. We can take that and shift that around. Let's expand these fingers a little bit. Like you do. There we go. And some lighter stuff down here. And then there will come a point where we have to just say, all right, we have to stop fooling around with this and move on to another part of this here to let that have a chance to set. A little bit more light up there. So here. So if you're wondering surface tension why I didn't just look on Colts 3D sooner, first I was convinced it was my mini factory, but Colts 3D has a nasty habit of, well, first of all, being really slow and then kind of crashing all the time. And I'm usually doing a bunch of different stuff on the machine, and it's like, well, we can't really have stuff going kaboom while we're trying to do all these other same tasks on the same machine. Now, we have no whiteout on the palette yet. Yes, we have all this time. Well, we're 2 hours, 31 minutes in. The amount of white we had used is 0, unless you count our iridescent pearl white as white, which we kind of have to, because with metallics, your white is the iridescent pearl white. There is no there's no mixing opaque lighter stuff with it, because you will absolutely annihilate your metal effect. It's gone. Yeah, Landrest, and it's definitely gotten no better. It almost seems like it's almost a bit worse. And it takes forever to do anything on there. It takes absolutely forever. See you later there, surface tension. So yeah, surface tension. We have a new origins. Well, we have the origin story for the Welshlandians. So they originated on Mercury. I mean, it explains everything, right? Surface tension. It certainly explains the anti-death orb technology. That their original homeworld was Mercury. Now you would wonder, well, actually, it's perfect, their surface tension, because the non-sunny side of Mercury is like minus 500 degrees or something. So it's perfect for the Welshlandians who are used to it. That's like balmy conditions, their surface tension. Now surface tension, it's like we have to do one of those 1950s movie posters, like when worlds collide or whatever. I think that has complete credibility, right? Surface tension. Okay, again, that was not exactly earth-shattering stuff on there. That was pretty darn simple, was it not? Let me grab what. There it is. Now let's try this again. Thin it down. Maybe I have to go even thinner. Let me try this. Let's see what happens with this here. We still, again, have no white out on the palette. This is a very light gray. And we're just kind of mapping out where we want that to be. And then maybe here's some stuffs for eyes and maybe chompers, whatevs. Now this guy, we can see a little bit more of them chompers too. Let me get rid of some of that paint though. It's way too much on there. Try to get something a little lighter down in there, and then again, at least the precursor to our whole white hand on the helmet there. Alright, see you later there, surface tension. Have a good one. Alright, we're going to go this way with our hand. We haven't actually put one in this direction on all the guys we've done so far, like all 30 of them. This is the first one. I might do this on a couple of them here. So there's that, and see if we can get a little bit of this in here. We'll be coming back with our darker stuff anyways. Another round here, and we'll go this way with it. So handprint here. Maybe something a little bit also lighter up here for the crossbow. Got one more of these guys. Then we've got our banner guy, and then 4 stickies. 4 guys with the sticks. Hand. Print. Get some of that paint on. There was way too much paint on there for doing this stuff. Let me see about the crossbow here. A little bit of lights on there. Okay, let's go to banner guy again. Well, at least they're not beaks, right, Landrast? It could always be worse. Hand right across here. Chomper there, chomper there. Thumb. Something lighter there. Okay, well, throw something else on that string, darken that down. And now our pikes over here. Now that we've got the rust, that's the darker rust over there, that will show up even more. So we're what, 2 hours 38 minutes in? Yep. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just run and refresh the medicine super quick. And I want to try and grab that iridescent pearl white, that acrylic stuff again, that Creature Caster sent way back when we were working on actually making a metal medium for the Creature Caster paint line. That would be really, I think, interesting for folks to see. And that, again, that's where I got the idea with the whole iridescent pearl white, whatchamacallits there, the pigment powders and such. Great to see you there, 10K. So 10K, this is actually our 3rd Uruk Hai stream. Yeah, last stream was Lurtz and some of his Berserker buddies. So we did like 6 of the Berserkers, we did Lurtz, and we did some more of the Shield guys. First one around was Sword and Board and a whole bunch of the pikes there. So great to see you there, 10K. Well, happy Orctober to you. So yeah, I just really cannot wait to get to have Isengard in the background or whatever with these guys. Which is something I might need to actually film outside of all things. Because that's how big it is with the whole ring of Isengard and everything. I mean, when you see the parking lot or whatever it was that they used to film the original, one for the movies, it took up a huge chunk of a parking lot. Okay, so there we go. Now we'll be right back again. We're just gonna get some medicines, that kind of stuff, and when we come back, we're going to do some of our lighter rust color on the armors there. Yeah, lighter rust color, so that can set. Then some of the lighter stuff on the faces. Then we'll have to get back in with some of our darker edges as well. We don't want to forget that. So great to see you there, 10K. I hope that, again, you're having yourself a fabulous Tuesday morning there. Oh, we don't want Dopey Hasty. We want this. Hey there, Zhang. How you doing? I was just off. Oh, I forgot to get the stupid paint jar. So Camda, these are not. There's not units and squads in MESBG like you have in other games. Everybody's individual. So great to see you there, Zhang. So Zhang, oh, some stuff to show you. Well, again, we've been doing a lot with the TMM here. This is day 3, so we've been painting basically 10 orcs in every stream. This was our last stream working on these. But Zhang, here was our last painting stream. So you saw the spacescapes we were doing, right? Well, this is a theoretical USS Constitution versus HMS Victory over here. So that was just, everybody does it with World War II ships. Here we did it with some sailing ships. So yeah, we did that with the same oil paints that we use on everything else. And I don't know if you saw this. I don't know if you saw this. So I'm going to zoom out here. It'll be a little bit easier for you to see it if I do that. So this is also done just like with the same metallic stuff we're doing here, all with the oils. This is also oil paints right here. So this big old thing with all the source lighting and everything else. So yeah, Zhang couldn't resist doing that. Of course, Zhang, like always. Now, were you doing bricks on the stream tonight, or was it Gundam stuff tonight? So Camda, yeah, the everybody's an individual. The only time the leader really comes into any kind of impact is if you're doing, like, say, heroic actions, or if you need to do, if the army is broken, if the basically the special character passes a basically a morale test, then everybody within a X amount, I think everybody within 6 inches of them also automatically passes theirs. And Jenga, I think you've seen the. I think you might have rated when we were doing one of these. Are one of the Wapelius Spellbrush figures that I did in Eldritch Foundry. And then this right here is a bust that I sculpted in Eldritch Foundry because we wanted to have. Oh, there we go. There it is. And a little bit of light freehand on it. But yeah, we were sculpting all the facial details in Eldritch Foundry. That was super fun. So essentially, somebody like maybe Lurtz here, he has maybe 3 points of might, and one of the things he can do is if you do not win the initiative roll, he can say, all right, I'm going to do a with me. It's going to be like a heroic move. And essentially, what he does is he gets, everybody within 6 inches of him, they get to move before your guys, even though your guys in that area have priority or initiative that kind of supersedes that. So yeah, Zhang, that's one of the animations that I made. We have a few different Well, I think you've seen the autocorrect monster. We also have this for when people get too hasty. Yes, if people are a hasty hobbit, this is the hat that they gotta wear. So yeah, that's the hasty hobbit right there. And of course, well, this is the Omni channel where we basically do, well, absolutely everything. Oh, and here's the, again, that's the Eldritch Foundry thing where we were making the Wapelius Spellbrush figure there. And at some point, I'm going to be adding the animation that I created of the crazy hypothetical Japanese ship that was proposed in between Battle of Tsushima and World War One. It was going to be 500,000 tons. It was going to be obvious. I think it was going to be something in the neighborhood of 330 feet wide. It was going to be so long that the longest ocean wavelength would have no effect on it. That's how big that thing was going to be. Because even the largest aircraft carrier still has some pitch and some yaw and all that other stuff. This was supposed to be so big that it was not going to have any pitch and yaw. It's kind of like, well, that moving island is not going to have any pitch or yaw to it. And the idea is that it would be unsinkable because such a massive ship would have so many different compartments in it that you just couldn't compromise all of them. Now, what they didn't think, this is pre-Battle of Jutland, of course. So they hadn't watched, magazines go up in giant flaming cauldrons there. And again, normally, for our Armada Mondays, we were painting something like BSG or one of our 1/1800 scale ships, but wanted to get these guys knocked out here, so that meant working on some more Uruk Hais. 3 streams, 1 army, 30 figures. Again, with full-on object source lighting, blood effects, fabulous blood effects there. And our source lighting and the blood effects again is nothing more than this. It is alkyd medium combined with our dark red. That's the extent of our blood effects. Nothing else. It's easy peasy right there. That's all it is. Of course, Zhang, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Actually, 10K, if you wanted to share some of the stuff that you've maybe been working on in the chat there, please go ahead. Sorry if I didn't get a chance to mention that earlier. All of these 3D printed. They are from Papal 3D. That is on my mini factory. We need some more. Too much. Oh, looky here. We got this. We got that. Get that little edge right there. And again, we use the weathering powders on the bases, just like all the other guys. Okay, so next up, going to be our lighter rust. What are we? Almost 3 hours in. So on average, we've been spending about 5 hours per stream-ish, something like that. What is it? I think it's the orc trackers or scouts or whatever the heck they're called. The one guys that move 8 and they have 2 attacks or something like that. We still have, I know I've got those printed out somewhere. So that eventually is going to have to be added to the our Isengard army. I think those are probably also part of the Legendary Legion, I would think. Now, we already did get our lighter light on here, didn't we? Yeah, looks that way. Bit more of a light there. Okay, one more with this, and then it is lighter rust time, and that would be mostly just our Pigment Red 101, Terra Rosa, Mars Red, whatever you want to call it, Mars Orange. Too much. We will. Look at that. It's almost like we got an eraser. Took some of that right away. Poof there. Some of that here. Okay, all the way back in there. We'll get a little bit of that light, just turning this into a micro filbert brush. And now for that lighter rust, which again is most likely going to just be our Terra Rosa here. Start breaking this down with some of our thinner here. Since my container of thinner is, well, now apparently empty, we'll just have to do this the long way. And like all of our other pin line washes, what are we doing? We are just going to touch the surface and then we let it do its thing. Touch the surface, leave it alone. No brushing that on, we just touch the surface. We'll do it again. There. Where it goes is where it goes. And I know that's a little disconcerting for some folks, but it all works out just fine. And after a while, you actually do kind of get a sense of how you can manipulate that and control that. And again, you can see there's all our weathering powders down there. That we started doing that with the Trench Crusade stuff. Like over here, we have a whole bunch of nothing. Blam! Oh, look at that. It's just going to all sink down into those crevasses. Let it do its thing. Then move on somewhere else. So yeah, it was not my intention to have this many of these crossbow guys. It just accidentally printed out a second build plate. Would have been actually way more fortuitous if I had accidentally printed two pikemen build plates, because that you could really use. Needless to say, orcs with bows don't really do a whole bunch. I mean, I guess you could just say, well, they don't cost that many points. But yeah, if you're going to rely on these, now the thing is, if these do hit something, they are way more likely to take whatever they hit down than, say, maybe like just a regular old human bow. Which again, maybe more likely to hit you, but not as likely to go like through your head and out the other side. Again, a little touch of our lighter rust, and there's a few places where I'll mix in the Mars Yellow Deep to go one step lighter, perhaps. Again, we need that out there, a little bit down here. On his back over here too. Yeah. Now after doing this, we'll work on some of our other surfaces where we need more. Like even on the faces and stuff, we actually had to go back with some of our really dark colors, crisp up some details there, that sort of thing, sharpen some lines. Right by the edge of his helmet there. Then we'll get to Banner Guy. So yes, our army painting stream's getting faster and faster. There's more. Actually, oh, Iron Hills doors. We haven't done any. Well, we did actually have done a few. No, we have done some Iron Hills doors. We even did an army painting series. What am I thinking here? Where are you guys hiding? Yeah. Speaking of which, there we go. Yes, those are Iron Hills doors. That was one of our army painting series from a while back. I've got at least 3 of the Iron Hills dwarf chariots printed out. Ooh, look at that, right up in that headdress there. Again, look at some of our little bit of lighter rusty effect going on up there. Let it do its thing. More of our light this way. Lighter rust. So that is our weathering powders. That we just let that work its way onto the cloth. I mean, why not? Why not at that point let that stuff work its way onto the cloth? Do we get it? Yeah, let's get a bit more of our lighter stuff in here. Lighter rust. As we just about, it looks like we're just about to cross into hour number 3. So again, a rough total for all 30 of these guys would be somewhere around 15-ish hours of stream time. Not good at math, but that sounds like 30 minutes per guy. Not even 45 minutes a guy. Considering the fact that we got the TMM, we got the rust, we got the dust, we got freehand object source lighting, all that stuff included. Not too shabby. That, of course, would be the magic of the oil paint, which, well, lets you paint a whole lot faster, a whole lot more efficiently, and it's also more durable, it's also cheaper, it's all those things. Boom. More of you. Lighter, rusty stuff going on. There's not really going to be... I don't know if I'm going to be doing any bullet effects on these guys. Probably not. I was looking around for some swords. There's no swords. Not this stream. More of a rust. Okay, we already did that one. One more guy with the lighter rust, it looks like. Yep, one more of our pikes. One more round with our inline washy stuff. Again, just gonna go where it's gonna go. Let it do its thing. And boom. There. Yep, gotta get it on his back. We let it roll where it's gonna roll. What's interesting about all the People 3D stuff is that it is... Oh, we gotta do our sides on our bases here. Almost forgot that. They look more like the movie stuff than the GW figs, and that's always kind of fascinated me from the get-go about the People 3D stuff. It actually does look more like, especially what was it, not the dwarves. Was it? No, it was. Oh, the Dol Amroth. That's right. Yes, all the Dol Amroth knights look way more like the GW stuff. Or, sorry, like the actual stuff. Like when you see, what is that? Like the behind the scenes, whatever kind of publications, and you look at what the armor really looked like. He obviously sculpted his based on that, not on whatever GW based their stuff on. I don't know what they were looking at. GW Swan Knights are more like Schmal Amroth, not really Dol Amroth. I need to do this because I think it's easier to see it on the with the powders that look at see how with and that's the it's not the blackest black, it's kind of one step down from that. On top of this, I will be putting something like the Darth Max to get the actual blackest black on the base, but for now we're just going to use this here. It's actually more durable and less expensive than something like the Darth Max or Black is Black. So you do this, you end up using less of the more expensive stuff, and you have a more robust platform for that later on. I knew there was something that I was supposed to do round about this stage, and I couldn't remember what the heck it was. And then I just happened to look at one of the ones we painted before, and I was like, ah, that's what we got to do. We got to get this stuff around the base rim here, as much as anything for a value reference. Yeah, recoil. I wonder, would you say maybe the same kind of phenomenon with the War of the Rohirrim stuff too? Because yeah, when you look at the what the actual armor looked like and everything, as far as all the micro details, his stuff has it. Now, I guess you could say too, recoil that with 3D printing, that was sculpted by hand, so they just could not do those micro details. I don't even know if they could do them if they wanted. And also, too, those are going to be cast in metal, so maybe that was another kind of downside there that they were fighting against. But now, yeah, of course, now that is not something that that latest set of the War of Rohirrim figures would have to fight against, because they had access to all the new fancy technologies for that. No, I think it's also in the Papal 3D release, maybe for this October, is the Dunlendings, the Wild Men with all the torches and stuff. Again, there's a ton of stuff I'm gonna have to be 3D printing this week. Not just terrain stuff, but lots of resin stuff again. Probably gonna have to get me another container of resin. Actually, I know I will. I don't even know if I have enough to fill both printers. So I have to remember to order more of that after the stream, amongst all the other things we got to remember to do. Oh, this thing's gotten wanting to hop out of here. There we go. Okay. That was almost trying to hop right out of there. Okay, better. What we got going on here? We got that. And this. We don't want that black on there. Just scrub some of that away. Where'd that brush go? There it is. Okay, we got him all. So we just got a couple more into this to do with this, and then we'll get down to that going back to the darks again to kind of set some edges. We have to paint some stuff on the pikes there too. On the pike handles. Actually, Rico, I think I gotta buy some more of the magnets. Well, at least the refrigerator style ones. I have a ton of rare earth magnets I could stick on these. Might just have to do that. Well, no, I can't do that on these because they're flat bottoms, so yeah. I might actually be tearing through all of the refrigerator style magnets ones that I already got from Litgo. Let me do some of this here. Okay. What I'll have to do, and I've had to do this after each other batch of 10, is to, when I take these off here, I have to kind of sand down. There's a little extra pile of the black that gets in there. I just kind of sand that away and then hit it again with the, I have to do another layer of this on there anyhow, so it's no big deal. Almost there. Last little bit here. All bases now at least have some of that blackest black on them, so we'll put this away. I do have to clean this a little bit though. One of these has water. That would be this. Okay. Just getting some of that stuff out of there. Okay. Now, oops, wrong brush. This one I need. Van Dyke Brown. Some of our Payne's Gray, and that's the kind of indigo type Payne's Gray from Williamsburg. Also, another reminder here. So, most of the stuff that's on there is the alkyds. So it's either the Griffin alkyds or the Paul Rubin alkyds. One thing that is not alkyds, and I mean, I can look up and see if I can find some. I don't think I can find any. But the iridescent pearl white that we use for our metallics, there is no alkyds in there. So that will take way longer to dry than everything else on all of these minis. So just a little something to kind of keep in mind there. Yes, they're the same thing with the what is that? Our interference powders. Now, of course, if you make your own out of the linseed oil, and just mix it from scratch, that stuff, well, it's not fast drying. I think it dries a little faster than the stuff out of the tube. What can we do up here to give him some kind of eyes? Is there something? Some of these edges, that's already going to kind of sharpen some of those up just by virtue of this. And we're not doing black linings so much. We are trying to execute shapes here. You can see we're not outlining everything. We're not doing that. We're just trying to get a couple of key areas here where maybe the rust should not be taken over like that. What do we got going on over here? We got this. I think we've got something like, so what is this one? There's 3, 4, 5 of these guys, 6 from our last stream. I think I must have about 9 or 10 of these guys, which is insane because I think there's more of these guys than there are pike dudes. That's not quite how the army was supposed to go as far as printing out, but that's just how it worked out on accident. So again, Van Dyke Brown, some of the kind of indigo type Payne's Gray instead of just flat black. Just like with white, we try to kind of shy away from the mass use of just, well, black, because that doesn't have any color to it. This actually, even though it may not be technically as dark as the black, it almost appears darker because it actually has some color. So maybe it has a little more bluishness to it, which means it's going to appear darker just by virtue of that kind of cooler color. So it's going to set further back. So a cooler black, if you want to call it that, a blue black or whatever, that is more likely to look darker and recede to the background than a warmer black. So the proverbial ivory black especially, that's one of your wimpy black colors. I don't know how much of the lamp black that I've really used at all. Come on, there we go. Look at this going here. the rust kind of went a little bit deeper than it was supposed to there with our little pin line wash. That happens. No biggie. Not a problem. Here. And there. Yep, let's darken that down too. So next thing we'll do after we do this, now we're going to get to our really, really, really light metals. Now that we're doing this and kind of sharpening up these edges and saying, okay, no more, we don't have any rust over here. Nah, not going to do that dark up there. I'll leave that be. Okay, banner guy. Few little dibs and dabs of this. Some areas here. I think one of the last things we do, if I remember, is take the... We finally do get the fast mat white out onto the palette, and that's what we use to make the final little light areas on our white hand of Sauron imprints. Not doing that on the metals. Not at all. None of that stuff reaches the metals. Because that's just going to kill off our metal effect. Get that down into here and maybe even a little bit into some of these recesses. So probably here, let's take this and for all intents and purposes just kind of dry brush some of that into those darker areas. We'll do the same deal over here. Van Dyke brown. Almost look kind of like it now. It's been stained a little bit. Back to our, again, a little bit of reinforcing some shape here. We are now, what, about 3 hours, 20 minutes? Yeah, 3 hours, about 3 hours, 20 minutes. So again, Armored Wolf is probably heading back from LVO. probably tonight. Well, hopefully they are back in Alaska at least by Tuesday. Take you and do a little bit of blending with you there. There's another couple edges to clean up here. Yep, yeah, let's get those. And then we'll also again have to get some other stuff on the pikes there. Some lights it can all just be kind of darks and midtones. We need a little bit of light on there somewhere. A little something. Okay, we'll do that now. Blending brush again. Let me take this. Yep. Yep, so it's another, yeah, doing this kind of really helps those, the shoulders separate. And the helmet where it meets the shoulder armor. So Rico, when I was doing the, sculpting the football players there in Eldritch Foundry, there was only 2 ways to move the football, really. And of course, there was one instance, recoil, where I hit something and it completely verschmizzled all of the football stuff. And of course, there's no way to undo it. It was on the Heisman guy, yeah, that's on that running back pose, and I had to basically redo what I did with all his arm with the football. Are we getting that here? Yeah, we're getting a little bit there, and maybe a little bit of dark here on that pike. Back to our dorks again. Now over here. But that's one of the things I've got to, maybe like a screen capture or something, I don't know. But that was really crazy to make that Discovery recoil. Like, these controls are backwards. Like the graphics on the controls. It would be like, okay, you're on your keyboard, and I don't know, you're trying to hit the escape key, but it ends up being like a totally different key. Something else happens when you press on the escape button, and it's like all of a sudden it's the return key. So those are some of the things I'll try to bring up there. Good. Good. Get that dark in there. Yeah, our next thing that we do, we will take our lightest. Or do I might do the white hand stuff first. Yeah, let me do the white hand stuff first. Because if I do the lightest metal color, it might be kind of prone to potentially just making the metal too light, and then we don't see what's going on with the white hand symbol there. So we should just switch the order of that. Which means I'll have to get the regular fast mat white out here. That would be the gambling stuff. Now, I believe if you're in Europe, it's on the continent at least, Gerstecker. You can even get Williamsburg stuff there too. Yeah, let's bring that up there. So here. And there we go, there. Sister, yeah, this is the last one we're doing the darker stuff, and then we go to, okay, let me get the fast mat weight out here, and that'll be from Gambling. That is this stuff right there. I don't need a ton of it. Do not need a lot. And away we go. Alright, some center here. Take this. Yeah, it's easier to get to it down here. Breaking that down, but not too much. Let's break that down. Now the Paul Rubens paints, generally those you have to just kind of start breaking those down right away because they're going to be a little bit on the thicker side. They are also going to be very matte, which of course is a good thing. Fingers, there we go. Now we got some fingers going here on his helmet. For that white hand. More of the, right here, let's get the, something a little thicker there. Okay, we'll just roll with that. Also, maybe a little something lighter on the edges of the cross with, even though that's probably metal though. So we shouldn't mess around with that too much. Fingers. Like so. Nice to see you there, Symes. Happy Tuesday. So yeah, Symes, we're gonna be completing the army. We even have the banner bearer guy there too. So I hope that you do well there, Symes. When this stream concludes, we'll have an entire army of 30 of these guys. We'll have a shaman, we'll have Lurtz, banner guy, bunch of pikes, bunch of swords and boards, and a bunch of shooty guys and some berserkers too. More of our, again, the fast mat white here. Yep, it's going this way. Again, creating some fingers here. Let's get a little bit of the white on there on that. Okay, good enough. So yeah, Symes' last stream was focusing a lot on the berserkers, and then we did alerts here. We had some fun with the blood effects on him and such. First stream was more of the pikes and more of the guys with the swords and such. Here's a sword guy with the shields. So yeah, we did our blood effects there, and again, all of those blood effects are all nice and dry. Which way? We're going this way with it, it looks like. Nope, gotta get more of the paint on there. Fingers, okay. banner guy. Now, sometimes if there was anything that you wanted to share in the chat or something like that, uh, please go ahead. Again, great to see you. So let's get, we started out, where's it? Here we go. We started off with the Steino Riz Ebony Flesh Primer. Did a little bit of the lighter dry brush stuff, then took kind of a Van Dyke Brown slash Mars Black. A little bit of a glazy thing there. Then took the kind of that almost like a radiant color. One of the Paul Rubens there. Mixed that with the burnt umber. That kind of created a weird sort of almost like a violet grayish brown type color. And then we just kept going a little bit lighter from that. Now on the Berserkers, that was almost, well, it was way more Terra Rosa. And the Berserker skin tones, because that's that very reddish brown type of a color. So you can see our banner starts to change a little bit as we add this lighter stuff to it there. Let's get a brush to blend this. Maybe we'll just try this guy here. And all of these will be going up on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Yeah, later this week I'll make the thumbnails for the vids. Do all the pertinent info, and we'll get those published and posted on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. That is where all of our stuff ultimately ends up here that we do on the Twitch channel. That'll be this right here. Boom. Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. There are no ads there. Now, the one thing that does actually make it a little bit more convenient than, say, the old days of Twitch when all 5,000 hours worth of stuff was just in highlights is that there are playlists. So if you want to find, well, Middle-earth stuff or the Battlestar Galactica stuff or whatever, it's going to be way easier to find. You just go to with a playlist. I'm pretty sure I have a playlist just for object source lighting, because this is the object source lighting channel, right, Camda? So you can kind of, do I have any of the other Berserkers here? No. No, that's not the best. Let's grab maybe this one here, yeah. So you can see that's almost got more of a violet look to it. And that is much more of a reddish brown for the Berserkers there. You know what, I might do a little bit more of the light there, and then that's going to have to do it. Let's do some blending brush action here. Take that away on the outside of it. Where is it? Oh, this way. Here we go. Again, do our little white hand symbol here. So Camda was the latest post. Was that one of the sculpting streams? Oh, the Eagles, right? I think that was one of the latest streams and that was one of the old ones. Yeah, thanks, Candid. That would be super helpful. Thanks, appreciate that. And again, there will never be ads on that channel. That's not what it's there for. It is only there to serve as a place where I can post things, again, like the Twitch highlights, so that you can see those after the fact. Because, well, what if, like with Symes, the timing doesn't match up and you can't see the earlier portions? Like when all the skin stuff was done. but that'll get you there. Help you see what you need to see. So thanks, Cam, to appreciate that. One last got to do with this. Then we'll again, that moves on to the other white, which would be our iridescent pearl white, which is not like this white at all. Not in any way, shape, or form. Again, that's going to be hyper translucent. This is about as opaque as it can possibly get. Too much. Let's get to our darker stuff again here. Take some of that away. Maybe a little bit of this for his teeth. In there for right now. Okay, now we start doing our lighter metal colors there. I'm guessing. I'm guessing. That's supposed to be Micah there, Camda. Wow, the autocorrect monster wasn't satisfied with hitting you once, Camda. Autocorrect monster done hit you twice there. Look at that. So no, Camda, there cannot be any kind of the only stuff you can mix. Again, all that's going to do is darken down this iridescent pearl white. This is as light as you can go. If you were to mix anything with this that has any sort of opaqueness, even something like the transparent white, because okay, here we go. So these two colors right here, Camden, if I was to mix these two, these aren't white. There is no white in these colors. If I was to mix these with the iridescent pearl white, it would totally kill the metallic effect. So it can only be those darker colors. And there has to, it's not just the fact that they are translucent, but they have to be darker for it to work. So Camden, I don't know, it would be really interesting, at least if I could do a bas relief of this, Camden. I think a bas relief of this should work. I don't know, I think I'll give it a try doing it that way first, of the autocorrect monster, instead of trying to make a miniature out of him. Again, I'll see what's available. Actually, no, Recoil, do you have any kind of a suggestion as far as Eldritch Foundry? It's like, okay, since you actually created the well, no, you didn't create you discovered the autocorrect monster. You found out what he looked like. Is there anything on Eldritch Foundry creature-wise, or one of the races that you'd say, you know what, I think this would be a good foundation for him? I just figured again, since you were the one that sussed out what he looked like and somehow made that interpretation, I guess all of those cameras that you set up or something like that must have helped you find out what he looks like. Because I figured that's probably, what would you say, as far as a more normal means of trying to do it. So yeah, Cam, to anything resembling whether it is opaque or not, that would most definitely have a very nasty effect on the metallic look there. That needs to have a little touch of our there we are. Doing this. And that. Get a little bit of the layer stuff, not too much of it. Actually, no, I thought there was some, gonna be some of our metal there. I guess not. It's funny with this crazy little face bar right here. I keep thinking of the football players I was working on in that video. Again, that was the latest tutorial on the Patreon page. More sculpting in Eldritch Foundry. Back to it here. Also here. Nope, not down there. Ooh, way too much of that. Way more than what we needed. Okay, good thing I did that. I would have just really been way too light there. Now, again, for the Thursday stream, it is possible that for Flat Thursday, we might be painting a 3D printed flat. It's possible. Not sure what, if it does, if I am doing that, it will depend on what was successful printing. That would certainly be the first time I've ever painted one of those. I know that years, like in 2016 or something, Kathy found a couple of flats at one of the miniatures conventions we were at. It was really, 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 really small. And it just popped into my head. Recoil. After I was talking about that thing because that was kind of like a Renaissance era type of an image. Well, what type of Renaissance image did I create not all that long ago? Recoil. Yeah, that would be Gragar. I should take that image, recoil, and see if I can make a bas relief out of that. That would be hilarious. I would be laughing the entire time I was painting that. Got our lighter stuff on them. Oh, what's going on? There's a lot of our lighter rust back here. Now there is also another thing too that with this, say something that's kind of weathered or whatever, is that having a raised surface be darker, especially if you got like the rust or whatever going on. If the raised surface is actually darker than say something that's a little bit technically lower, that actually really gives it a very interesting look, and it really does kind of plays out with the weathering too in a big way. What do we got? Yeah, some of that here, some of that here. Okay, one more. One more shooty guy. Now, as far as the other streams during the week, my hope was to actually be painting up one of those great beasts of Golgoroth. We would probably do it. Ironically enough, you can put 10 guys on there. So yeah, Camden, we might be painting 10 more Orcses and then on the other stream be painting the Great Beast. How you doing there, Lord Dave? Well, it's right about that time, Lord Dave. Yeah, what is it? So it's 3:00. Yeah, it's 3 o'clock. It's that time. It's wakey time, right, Lord Dave? So great to see you there, Lord Dave. Yep, what are we? 3 hours 45 minutes in now, Lord Dave. Actually, I saw your new Reaper hat. So that's did that just arrive in the mail or something there? Nice to see you there, Mikey. Nice to see you. So Lord Dave, yeah, I think I might have sent you the one image of the Alphonse Mucha thing, but look at this. Whoops, wrong way. So our painting from Thursday, right? Well, look what I made. That's a little bas relief there, and the idea here. Let me. Oh, look at that. That's the Mucha flat right there. And that it did turn it into an STL file. So we're painting the last 10 figures from the Uruk Hai army. So again, the first stream was sticks and swords and boards. That was pretty much our first stream. Also, we squeezed a shaman. Then the next stream was berserkers and alerts here. 10 of those in combos, and now we've got more shooty guys and more of the pike dudes. So yeah, Lord Dave, that could be a huge deal because there's a bunch of paintings that I've done that I would like to turn into flats. Here's one of them because I think this would be absolutely super fun. Where did you go? Yeah, that one. Or I think this is. Oh yeah. So might try to turn those into flats as well. Whoops, wrong way. Of course, there's our Wapelius spell brush. Yeah, I mean since we've already painted some of the Wapelius spellbrush figures that I sculpted. There we go for the Streamiversary. Yeah, we paint a Wapelius spellbrush flat. That's cool. And Mikey, if you wanted to share any of your Galadrim there, please go ahead. Actually, these are 3D printed from Papal 3D, and he actually has that one. The problem is it's the reins. Can't get that piece printed out, but it's a Galadrim Chariot. Now I know they don't have them in MESBG, but it'll be very fun for our army showcase video. Lord Dave, I was just all I was trying to do was create essentially like a little concept sketch for the Eldritch Foundry folks. I just wanted to show them that and ask them a question. And as I did that, I actually, and this is no joke, this is how I phrased it in GPT. I said, well, you probably can't do this, but can you do this? And it actually answered back, well, yeah, I can do that. And I'm like, wait a minute, you can make STO files? And it says, yeah, do you want them for FDN or do you want them for resin printing? And it even gave the recommendations for layer heights and lift speeds and all that other kind of stuff. So Mikey, well, you've seen the tutorial vids on the Patreon page, right, where we're using the things like the GPT and stuff to create color scheme. Actually, the Galadrim color scheme you just saw there was created. I typed, now of course this is before I knew what I know now. I just typed in show me Games Workshop Galadrim elves, white armor, teal cloaks, and snow bases. Yep, Landrast. That's how I got that file into here. Do I have that one up here? Yep. That's how I was able to down. Now the thing is, Landra, it's such a large file. You have to tell it to zip it. Yeah, and it won't just do it on its own. You have to say, look, this is too big. You gotta zip this file. Because I was getting a bunch of errors, Landrast. It was saying, I forget what it was, file recognition, whatever. And I asked it why it wasn't doing that. It said, well, if I put these in a zip file because they're too big, then it'll send it. So that's fantastic, Mikey. So again, I'm sure you're gonna have a blast painting those guys. So yeah, Landrest, I think I might have sent you that text block, or maybe it was Sectorix. It was a copy of the text block that GPT sent me with the layer height recommendations, or the usual kind of settings that you would do for either an FDM print or a resin print. Yeah, Camda I was really glad that I could get this guy on this base, because of all the ones, he was kind of the one that I thought was kind of the niftiest for painting and stuff. Now, Lord Dave, I wasn't sure if you've had a chance to kind of search for the anodyne devices on the Amazons and stuff. But the nice thing is that the better ones, they have the timers on them, and they also have things that are, almost more like a pulsating, like massage type thing to it, not only the infrared stuff. So because again, my sister is still using not the slippers that I got for her. Again, they're anodyne slippers. Hey there, Armin. How you doing? Thanks, Mikey. It's kind of the same stuff we put in the cloth over here, and we were using the oxides, the fabulous chromium oxide green. It's something that is very much favored at Oxide University, right, Camda? So again, great to see you, Armin. Now, the reason I'm not so sure that they would really say much about it, the reason we had one of those, Lord Dave, is that at because my brother works he's been a physical therapist for decades at this hospital, and what they were using for the patients, diabetic, anybody that had the neuropathy, they were using these. Now they were much more primitive than what you see today, but they were these anodyne machines, and they were actually effective, especially the more treatments you did. But then, huge surprise, those weren't covered because they didn't keep you from falling down and generating more bills. They just, made life better for you. Nice to see you there, Sea Dragon. And basically, they stopped using them. And so basically, he bought one of the machines for us. That's the only reason we had one of those. Because I wasn't aware that they also have those. I didn't even know what the thing was. But because we used it every single day, sometimes 3 times a day, like one session on the hands, one session on the feet and stuff, it was almost like a laboratory experiment. So we actually kind of showed through actual usage that those over, like, what would you say, consistent usage actually did make a difference. So great to see you there, Sea Dragon. Happy Tuesday. I mean, this is the Omni channel after all, right, Lord Dave? We cover all subjects here. We already covered the action on the gridiron tonight, so Kansas City fans not so happy right now. And Clemson fans are thinking, why couldn't he have done that when he was here? And they just sort of did. They did win a natty while he was there. And they actually did get to another nat, so I guess yeah. Well, they wish he was still there because Klubnik is not quite doing the same thing. He's coming a wee bit short. Now, there we go. Get some of our little wristed things on there. So, Lord David, the latest figures were really nifty there. If you want to share those in the chat, please go ahead. Then we still have to get maybe some of our latest. We also have to get some stuff on these things here too. So Mikey here on the south side, good guys wear black. So as far as we're concerned, those are just two teams up north. Much like the hobbits don't care for things outside the Shire, we here from the south care not for the northern lands. I knew something was going on because the only way I can listen to the football games is basically somebody on YouTube who's watching the game and basically announcing it. And Tom Grossi. And well, now that he's moved back to Wisconsin, obviously he's doing all the Brewers stuff. And I think at one point there was like a 3-run home run or something. And there was a 7-3 score at one point. That's all I know about. And again, we Southlanders, the misery of the Northlanders is their own business. Does not apply to us. No, we should probably get rid of more of that. Let me see. Here this is the one we can use. Yeah, that just got a little crazy right there. Yeah, Mikey. Actually, Mikey, I didn't even know that they had made it, because as far as I knew, I thought they had actually already lost to San Diego. So they must have come back in that series or something. Because, yeah, I actually thought it was San Diego and Milwaukee in the DS. Which I suppose, what was it? Wasn't it 84? Yeah, it was 84 that San Diego did that big comeback there. Let me do this. Some more light over here. Again, our light. See, not everywhere with the lighter mat. We don't have to do that absolutely everywhere. Almost kind of think of it as more, again, where some of the rusty stuff has been kind of chipped away. Well, you never know there, Mikey. Again, back in 84, you would have thought, okay, they've stamped their ticket to the World Series. And that didn't quite happen. I'm not sure it really would have mattered because the 1984 Detroit Tigers probably would have wiped out anybody. Because that was the year, weren't they something? That was the year they were something like 45-5 to start the season. So I'm not quite sure because I don't know if the Padres were swept by the Tigers, but I'm pretty sure it was not a close series. A little more of our light stuff right there. And then we're going to have to go in here and do some details on the faces too, but also might want to get some even... yeah, maybe a few places with the lightest rust. Yeah, just now that might be more than what actually happened there, Mikey. But yeah, Google the 1984 Detroit Tigers, and it'll tell you, that kind of start that they got off to. It was really insane. And that was when they still played in old Tiger Stadium. So again, a little bit more of our later metals in there. Actually, Mikey, people thought this year they were kind of maybe on the path to doing that again because they did have another big start. I think after the All-Star break that cooled off a bunch. And of course, we cover all sports here on the Wappelville Sports Network. Normally, we specialize in Aussie rules and all things college football, but we also, again, we report the news before it is news. Mr. Snipes, are the Jays up 2-0 in that series as well? I think they are. I know they've won at least one game. I think they're up 2-0 in that series too. Yep. See you again. Nothing escapes the Wampelville Sports Network. Let me get some of my lighter metals on that. Let's get top of the pike here. Not that much there. So that's going to make Blades very happy. They won't be quite so happy in the Bronx there. Let's do this. Because I know they kind of had their way of it early in the season, and then there was a bunch of injuries, I think. So yeah, I think the few White Sox playoff appearances, they ended up playing the Blue Jays along the way. I guess it's a good thing they didn't play him in 2005. Alright, let's do, a little bit more of the light there. Let's, little bit of dry brushy on that too. A little something there. Okay, now, oh wait, there's still one more I got to do. Alright. Now, yeah, we're working on 10 of these. Each stream, 10 guys. I'm still trying to figure out how the Dodgers ended up being a wild card team. Because, I mean, San Diego was also a wild card team. The Diamondbacks, I don't believe the Diamondbacks were or the Rockies. Those were not going to be a division champ, so I'm not quite sure how they ended up in the wild card. Let me do this. 1 second here. Nah, that's what I need. So we're trying to get, again, a little bit more of our lighter metals in here. This is the last guy we need to do this on, and then, like I said, we'll maybe try to do some, maybe slightly lighter rust. Yeah, Mikey, I can't imagine who else. The only other team I would think was maybe San Fran, but they are not all that great these days. Let me scrape a little bit along there too. Yep, okay. And then a bit more up here. And we're not really necessarily trying to put like light highlights on here. We're trying to also do areas where the rust and stuff has been kind of chipped away a little bit. Just a little bit of it there. Also down here. I wonder, I might have to, I thought I did the greaves on the other one. I'll double check. We'll go back after doing this and we'll double check to see if we did the greaves on the other one. That's getting too much, so we'll take some of that away. And again, we use the weathering powders down there, right? That doesn't just provide some interesting weathering effects. It's like, okay, well now I basically don't have to paint much anything down there. Very handy. Get a little bit more of that light up there. Good. Alright, we got that taken care of now. Yeah, Mr. Snipes, that's when they used to play in the stadium, in the football stadium where the Argonauts play. I don't know if the Argonauts still play there. But yeah, they used to play in a football stadium. And it very much looked like a football stadium. That was before, what the heck was it called? Sky Dome, yeah. It's not called Sky Dome anymore. It's funny, Mr. Snipes, for whatever reason, now of course, now that I'm talking about it, it's going to happen again. But I was getting on Facebook, every time I would go onto Facebook, I was getting CFL highlights. And early on in the season, the Rough Riders, I think they started out 4-0 or 5-0 or something like that. And all I was seeing was highlights of Saskatchewan Rough Riders. Let's see. Oh yeah, Camden, any of the oil paints, and I mean, you could even dispense with the clear coat. I mean, I know you're not going to do that, but I think they would be rock solid even without it, Camden. I'm a 3D printed thing, right? That's pretty much weatherproof. No, okay, we're pretty much solid on all of that. So no more. Let's get to maybe some other type of things here with our. Wow, we've hardly used any of our. Yeah, fine. We'll just go into the fast mailway here. I almost said brilliant yellow pale again. That is, well, our Mars yellow deep. We've hardly used any of that, and also the Naples yellow. Used hardly any of that. So yeah, Camden, I would think that should be A-okay. I would think so. I'm going to try to maybe get a little something here on that stock that is not just, well, the dark. Maybe a little something lighter there. Yeah. Let's get a little something up here, too. There's a whole lot of nothing up here. We should probably a little something lighter down there on that. Okay, there you go. Well, let me roll on back to this now that we have this lighter stuff here. Top edge of that cross. Okay, I need to kind of do that on each one of these here. So Mr. Snipes, I hear something about they're going to be changing the dimensions of the field again. Because obviously field dimensions in CFL way different than NFL or college games for that matter. I would imagine the reason for the different dimensions is much like in Aussie rules. They're using a cricket. A lot of teams maybe originally using cricket pitches for the games. So that's a massive field, that cricket pitch. Something like 160 yards long or something. But yeah, CFL field is what, 120 yards long, 20-yard deep end zones, right, Mr. Snipes? I'm still not quite clear on a rouge. And do teams actively try for rouges? Now I see why it is worth a point, right? If you're talking about a 120-yard field and 20-yard end zones, being able to kick it through the goalpost on a kickoff that's quite the feat. Yeah, I'm guessing there's not as many 380-pound guys in CFL. Oh, it's also wider too. I think it's a good 10-15% wider than an NFL field. And again, this review on Canadian Football League brought to you by the Wappelville Sports Network. Whether it's college, NFL, Aussie rules, or Canadian rules, we cover it all. I mean, there's not that many teams. There's, I think, see, there's Toronto. There's, so you got the Alouettes. You've got the Argos. You got the Rough Riders. Let's see, who else? I don't think Edmonton has a team. There's, Winnipeg, I think, has a team too, right? Oh, Hamilton, that's it. The Tiger Kitties, yeah. something more there. Okay, I think that's all. Yep, that is now all of our dudes there. Now up here, I might let me get a different brush to do this. We will take some of you, break that down with the cinder, and away we go up here on some. Oh, that's more thinner, I guess. Okay. There. Well, and Calgary has a team also. They're not. I don't think they're actually called the Stampede. I can't remember what the Calgary team is called. I know the hockey team is the Flames, but okay, so we're doing this now. Let's do that here. Good to go there. All right. And then we're going to get that green, that same kind of greenish stuff we were using on the cloth, right? We're going to use that on the pikeys there. Okay, a little bit more of that here. All right, green. Radiant green, some of that, we'll mix that all together. The oils make painting things like these, like banner poles or these pikes, so much easier because you just literally can drop a little paint and drag it down then with a blending brush like that. So there is the Stampede, okay, because actually, the one time I was in Calgary there, Mr. Snipes, I actually did get to go to the Calgary Stampede. The Chuck Wagon, I don't know if the Chuck Wagon races are a little bit different today than they were back then, but that was my favorite of all of the events there at the Stampede, was the Chuck Wagon races. I enjoyed the heck out of those. I mean, it's NASCAR with horses. Gotta like it. Alright, we'll get some of that up here. Actually, now, Mr. Snipes, I've told folks that one of my favorite hockey jerseys is the old Hartford Whalers jersey. Again, because, well, even as a kid, I was making logos for teams, huge surprise. And I always just thought that Hartford Whalers logo was obviously very, a nice, elegant logo, not super complicated, but it got the idea across what it stood for, and it was, visually worked well on a jersey. Alright, a little bit more of this, and then on the wrappings up there, did we not go with, I think we'll get a little bit of this here. So there's our Mars Yellow Deep mixed with some of that, and so yeah, Mr. Snyder, that was, as a kid, that was always my favorite logo there, was the old Hartford Whalers logo. Actually, recoil, you know what? We might, maybe the Hartford Whalers they're gonna be, oh yeah, they should be in the APCC. I think so, recoil. Yep. The old Hartford University Whalers. Let me see. Now, I think they will. They probably wear the throwback jersey, but I think they did create new jerseys for Winnipeg when they came back, right? There. Now, of course, what's interesting is that the Hartford Whalers school, uh, they don't actually have a football team. They just have their hockey team go out there on the pitch. Yeah, that's how they play football. They play it in skates, and every single play the goalie just sets up by the end zone. Yeah, there's always the goalie, so they only ever have like 10 guys on the line of scrimmage or near the line of scrimmage, and the goalie, he is always back on the end zone. And of course, there is no quarterback. There's just there's a center. They don't have cornerbacks, but they do have defensemen. They don't throw pancake blocks, but they do forechecking. That would make a hilarious AI image, I think. Camda is the Hartford Whalers hockey team out on a football field. Let me break out a little bit of this here. Now again, we're probably, I think we're good here. We don't want to make that too late. Don't want to make that too late. I wonder, is there any else thing here with a little something on that banner pole? Teensy bit extra there. And then something over here. Work that in too. Couple more lights, string, rope, whatever that stuff is. I haven't seen any of that, Mr. Snipes. One of my favorite things is Aussie rules football, which can be a bit like, it's like lacrosse just without the sticks. You're pretty much just using your fists in that game. It can also be interpreted as hockey without the ice or the skates. It's like I went to a fight and there was an Aussie rules football game, and that broke out. Like that's not quite the same with hockey anymore, right, Mr. Snipes? That's kind of gone away. I don't think there's any more goon squads for sure. See you later there, Mikey. Happy Tuesday there, Mikey. Well, and here's hoping that the series at least gets way more interesting, Mikey. I mean, well, I think it's only a 5-game series, right? I was about to say the two best words in sports are Game 7, right, Mikey? Well, I guess this way, in this case, the best two words would be Game 5. So here's hoping you get your Game 5 out of that. Well, yeah, you'd have to get a Game 5. Because I'm guessing that's only a 5-game series. It's certainly happened many times before. No reason it can't happen again, right, Mikey? So I don't want to jinx nothing because, baseball is not a superstitious sport at all, right, Mikey? mean, you definitely want it to be more interesting, right? Especially division rivals, right, Mikey? If anything, just have it be more interesting. A little later here. Okay, good to go there. All right. Now we're getting somewheres with that. And this was all one piece, Cam. Actually, all of these scopes were one piece scopes. There was zero stuff to glue together at all. I mean, 3D printing, right? Right, Camda? It's a miracle thing. I'm gonna let that there. There we go. There we go. Now, since actually it's getting to be close to that time where I have to say, okay, I gotta get ready for the meeting. Start switching over all of the because I gotta switch to XSplit. I gotta switch graphics or add a bunch of graphics and stuff. So this is where I say thank you very much for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and the raids. We are going to zoom out here so that we can shows that yes, indeed, we painted 10 of these. So there's your shooty guys. There's all 5 of those, and then there's banner guy, and then look at this. Here is your pokey dudes right there. There's the guys with their pointy sticks. So see you later there, Landras. See you later there, Recoil. See you later there, Camda. Again, appreciate everybody being here. And again, Thursday, here's hoping, Recoil, Landress, and Camda, that maybe we'll be painting one of those flats. So see you later there, Mr. Snipes. Have a good night's sleep. I'm going to do the raid thing over here. We'll get this started there. So much appreciated, everybody. And we'll see you on Thursday.